So, a little bit of a slight complication to how this was intended to go, but we'll get into that in a minute. First, those that watched the first Baldur's Gate Dark Alliance sessions will be familiar with this little gate here. This is where we came out at the end of the last game, and we got hit with the sequel hook. Well, conveniently, the very beginning, before I even get to start game or any of the options or anything, they give you a little sequence here that actually fills in the gap about what happened after we went through that gate. Let's watch and find out. We lost our armor somehow, but, you know, that's probably fine. Maybe it's not fine. Maybe it's not fine at all. Has a lot of demons.
Welcome, my friends. Your presence means I can count Eldrith dead. I am Mordok Selanmir, and you've been such a boon to my allies, who will be overjoyed to learn that they can begin rebuilding the Onyx Tower for their own. Now, it's only fitting that I offer you the hospitality of my keep in reward. I'm sure you'll find its dungeons to your liking.
Ooh, dungeon.
Seize them.
Well, guess they're dead. And now you know why we're gonna need new heroes. And unfortunately, in our current case, it's going to be hero. As I mentioned, I did not manage to find a companion for this within the time frame I wanted. But it's fine. There's more than one way to make friends. We'll be the necromancer with the powers to make friends and influence people. Not the power to have a shirt, though, for some reason. One problem at a time.
Centuries of conquest and scattered settlements have done nothing to tame the monster-filled reaches of the Western Heartlands. Perhaps it is for this reason that the realm welcomes ambitious adventurers, and Baldur's Gate, its greatest city, calls to them like a siren luring mariners to their doom. Why do they heed the city's song, these brave and wandering souls? Some for the greater good, others for wealth, for power, for glory. Some do not know why themselves. This is such an adventurer's tale. Rumors abound of a dark alliance gathering against Baldur's Gate, of the hateful spirit of Eldrith the Betrayer, of a black tower of onyx in which she seethes and plots.
A little late about that one.
Flock to the Western Heartlands to forge their destinies in the fire of battle. Even now, some make their way down the tradeway, moving southwards towards Baldur's Gate. Fortune favors the bold adventurer. Do not falter.
So a little aside while we're loading, I was originally going to pick the rogue because they have an ability that gives them additional loot if they kill with it, and so I could show off the two-weapon fighting and such that is added in this game. But I took a look at their skill set a little bit more and realized it was basically just going to be the archer all over again. So in the interest of making things a little more interesting, and because it would be amusing to pivot the fact that I could not find a companion into making our own friends, it seemed fitting to pick this. We have a good array of magic at our disposal. There is now things like specific weapon focuses, long and short weapons. Two-weapon fighting would be on the table if I was basically anyone else in the roster. That is the one downside to the necromancer, is losing out on having two-weapon fighting at all. Armor proficiency is also relevant now, so we currently can't wear like any armor at all other than cloth because we are a cloth-wearing caster who, you know, that's about par for the course. But we gain fun things like controlling humanoids and lesser undead, or raising the dead in the first place, as well as starting with the ability to steal health, which is going to be kind of important at first for us. We also have shield, which supplies us with the actual armor class that everybody else would probably have wearing actual armor. So, we'll be fine. It's just gonna be a little bit interesting at first, and I do think it'll be the most interesting option out of the set. Because I didn't sit there and focus on it, but I'll roll through it right quick so you guys know what the other choices were. There was a Dark Elf monk whose whole thing is actually doing what a monk does and punch people, which apparently your gloves in this game actually apply to that, so that's nice. They also get to weapon fighting as you'd expect, so they can actually use both hands, which is certainly something. The fact you don't start out knowing how to use your other hand. The Barbarian, which works exactly as you'd expect a Barbarian to. They get a rage, they get a lot of physical combat and close combat abilities. Then there was the Cleric, who also functions more or less how you'd expect. I was surprised that they also get to weapon fighting. I kind of expected them to be the other one that didn't. And then the Rogue we were already talking about. So, that's all of my other options that I passed over in favor of the only significant caster out of the set. Let's go ahead and hit the save point so we don't have to go through all of that again. Not that there was much to go through, because you can skip that intro, as I did like 6 times in testing. Getting the volume sorted out properly, which there is still no volume setting or anything. It is still interesting to me that they give you brightness settings only after you're in-game. They're never available in the options menu on the main menu. You have to wait till you're here for it, but I have to assume it's because it's the only way you can tell what the brightness changes you're making are affecting. It's just interesting. And once again, damage text and such start off. I've turned them back on, because they actually give you more information now than they even did in the previous game. And your auto map can be set to full, mini, or off by default. I'm going to leave it on mini so we can at least see it over there in the corner. I do believe there's a button to change it. Yep, there we go. Left on the D-pad makes it move around. As you can see, we started with those 2 spells I mentioned. We have to cycle between them this way. There's this menu here, but I have no idea how to put spells there. I tried everything I could think of, and it just refuses to put the spells there, so I have to assume only certain spells go there, and none of the ones we started with are counted among that number. You still have your right bumper blocking. The shoulder buttons are, of course, still for your... I mean, the triggers, rather, are for your potions. X still attacks. Get used to hearing eh. We can still jump. Circle is our spells, and square will be on our interactions.
I thought that would be my last fight. I'm Kaira, a caravan guard.
Why is everybody dead?
We were ambushed by the Red Fang marauders. They took some of us away.
So what you're saying is there's plenty of bodies for me to raise. That's what I'm hearing.
Please, just lend an ear. Some of the marauders took prisoners into the Trollbark Forest, southwest of here.
Fun fact, she says the exact same thing no matter which of those 2 options you pick. If you ask who's been taken, she'll still just tell you, hey, some of them were taken prisoner. It's like, well, that's very helpful when I asked a direct question.
But most of them continued southeast to Wayfork Village. They're going to raid it, or burn it. You must help, please. Doesn't raiding usually involve some burning? Buy time for the raiding? Doesn't matter. Sure, I'll totally go help those people. Continue down the road until you see a path leading into the trees. It eventually leads into the Trollbark Forest. I'll meet you later in Wayfork Village. Farewell.
If you're gonna meet me there later, why don't we just go together? Because I presume you have to go the same way I'm going anyway. And with your injuries, you know what? I'll raise your corpse later if I need you. And behold, the marauders are goblins. Now, the reason why I say that the text gives you more information than the previous game is it actually tells you when they block. Specifically when they successfully block you. Which is useful information to have. Oh, you don't need two-weapon fighting to wield two weapons, by the way. So, like, I can just click this and there we go. We now have two weapons. You just don't fight as effectively with them. It's still decent. Like, you'll notice both numbers are still popping up. Let me go ahead and show you Drain Life. We just pull the life force straight out of them. Delicious is goblin flavored life energy. So our options right now are a lot of spells. I don't really know why you'd want Vampiric Touch over Life Drain. I assume it's probably cheaper, and it probably does more damage, but touch attacks don't seem like a great idea. Sprint, just about everybody seems to be able to get, so if you need to go faster, you got that. Willpower's obvious. Shocking Grasp is touch, electricity. Ray of Enfeeblement just makes them weaker, not super helpful. Or if you can just kill them, just kill them. Iron Will is mana regen. Haste just is what exactly you'd expect it to do. You go faster. Fortitude is health regen. Ghoul Touch is paralysis. That might actually be worth having, though it is again a touch attack, which is going to be risky. Flame Arrow is exactly what you'd expect Flame Arrow to be. I am interested in the fact that it can get multiple arrows, but I don't know how many levels it takes to get to that. Enchant Item is a specific thing to this game that we're going to be interested in at some point, is apparently, compared to the first game, you can actually make your own stuff in this one. So that's going to be something I'm going to end up working with a fair bit, which was another reason why I took the Necromancer. Only a couple of the characters seem to really get anything particularly good toward workshop costs. So that's why I am interested in that. But we're going to do our whole shtick, which is raising the dead. You can also see what the effect of the current level of a skill you have is now, instead of only knowing what it's going to upgrade into and having to remember what the previous level did for you. We can also convert potions, which is going to be huge for us once I get the points for alchemical lore. Remember how many potions of the wrong kind I constantly had last game. So that's going to be an important solution to a minor problem for us. It's also worth noting, I have not played this game in full. I have played this intro area to test it a bit, and that's about the extent of my knowledge of this one. So don't be surprised if this goes a lot more poorly than the last one did. And I've also made the wonderful choice of potentially choosing a harder path by being the caster alone. We shall see if this ends up actually being harder or if this trivializes the game like it might. There's an either or there, and I don't know which way it's gonna go yet. Oh, a ring already. Interesting. I'm assuming that's a ring that does nothing, though. Yes, it's just a ring of being a ring. There's also a cannot upgrade message that pops up when I try to get info from things, so I'm assuming items can also be improved, which is interesting. I assume that's tied into the workshop costs that were mentioned. I'm very curious to see how that's going to play out. I would not be at all shocked if that ends up influencing our playtime this go around, as in making it longer, because I'm going to fuck around with the workshop a bunch. But as you can see, Drain Life is honestly kind of powerful, as long as you understand how to use it. When I was first testing the Necromancer out, it wasn't working very well, and I couldn't figure out why. The issue was I was just tapping it, assuming that each time the animation happened, it would drain life. No, you have to hold it. If you don't hold it, it doesn't work. For shit. I thought they just, like, had a resistance to it, and it was just gonna be one of those real awkward situations. That is... wow, that is way better luck than I had on any of the tests. Because I did test most of the characters out as well to see how they felt with their starting kits as well. which is why I came to the realization that the rogue was gonna more or less play like the archer again, because they get a bunch of crossbow abilities, they get two-weapon fighting that was mentioned. The ransack ability they start with is the thing I was talking about with the getting extra loot, which didn't always work either. If it always worked every time I hit an enemy with it, I probably would have been more swayed to that. But a bunch of times, even without the block message popping up, the enemies just weren't taking damage from it. It also made an annoying noise every time I used it, which was a whole other problem. Now, don't mind me as I wipe out these goblins by waving my swords vaguely in their direction. Really does just look, he's just, go away, nah. When he's swinging these things like this. Just, it doesn't look great. Well, it looks great in one way, but not in the helpful way. There's a bunch of these little side paths. Most of them don't go anywhere. We, in fact, passed by one I think does go somewhere, if I can get in it. I think there's a tree in the way of this one. Oh no, this was the one that actually went to a chest. And a singular goblin who just dies. There's also now throwing weapons like you see with the throwing dagger, or I just had there, which are in addition to the bows. So we will go ahead and slap the throwing dagger on, though the way they fly seems wrong to me. I don't know if I'm seeing the animation wrong or not, but it looks like he's throwing it spinning vertically, but spinning flat at the same time, if that makes sense. Like, it's spinning the way you'd expect it to if he threw it overhand, except the blade is flat. And I don't know if I'm just seeing things when I look at that or not. Like, you would expect if you threw it vertically for the blade to be pointing upwards, so the sharp edge is spinning along with the spin of the blade, but it looks like it's not spinning the correct way around. And I can't tell if that's just my eyes playing tricks on me or not. The important thing is, though, these throwing knives are actually fairly effective for being only 1 to 2 damage, because these goblins only have 1 hit point. So I can just chuck knives at them and not have to put any work into learning to use any of my other stuff yet. So going in here, we're probably going to want to work a little harder. There's an explanation of the enchant item thing I was just talking about. And then we found a dead guy, surrounded by birds. Believe it or not, those birds are actually way stronger than the goblins we've been fighting. So it's important that there's a save point here. I did not mean to try to save again. I meant to raise a skeleton. Get him, little buddy. Show them who is boss while I steal their souls. You'll notice we actually ran out of magic trying to drain those birds. That's how much health they add compared to everything we've been dealing with. Now, our skeleton friend here is unfortunately exactly as you'd expect. He is a bonehead. He is a bit of an idiot. So don't expect him to be resoundingly effective in all scenarios. But he is better than nothing, especially in a room like this where there's archers. And a distraction can prove the difference between life and death. Because you saw how close to death we got there. We don't have a lot of hit points being, you know, a necromancer. So I gotta play it a little smarter than I did with the archer, who I can just slap armor on and just go walking through everything. You see? Can't wear that, need higher armor proficiency. The hand axe is not bad. It's gonna look a little odd, but we're gonna go ahead and do that and see how well that works out for us. I'm pretty sure we're not really gonna get the actual damage values out of our offhand weapon. So I'm pretty sure you need 2-weapon fighting to actually get that. Now we have enough points for the first hit of armor proficiency, and that's probably the smart choice. Or we could commit to the bit and just keep summoning stronger and stronger undead straight away. Or we learn to influence people and get dark possession, which could be funny. And you know me, we're going for the funny option. Let's see how well this actually works. That's not a humanoid. That is. Go, fight for me. Go, my minion. Eat your former friend senseless. They're not very effective, I gotta say. They just kind of dawdle around and very quickly convert back to wanting to kill me. I think I wasted my points. Not gonna say I did yet, but I get the distinct feeling I may have wasted my points. I kind of expected them to, like, convert to ally AI and just go charging into the enemies for me.
Hello there.
Hey there, Callista, how's it going? Okay, there was, in fact, nothing over here. So yeah, Dark Possession may have been a waste, but it's fine. We will be getting a lot of points, because as you saw, just like the last game, each level you get more points than the previous level, so it'll work itself out. That's why I went ahead and did the funny choice now, while I could still get away with it. Okay, that at least works. I can just possess them and then beat them over the head. That, you know, not really how I intended to use that, but sometimes that's just what you gotta do. I was also mildly concerned when it said control an enemy, that I was actually going to swap to controlling them and I was going to be, like, stuck standing there. Which was the other reason why I decided that would be the funny option. Because I chose purposely not to test that spell ahead of time, because it would be much more interesting and entertaining if I used an untested spell. At least that was the theory. It didn't quite go according to plan, but, you know, it's the thought that counts sometimes. I don't think we picked up anything too useful. There's a mace. And the throwing axes are stronger than the throwing knives, so even though it may not make the most sense for a necromancer to be throwing axes, gotta make the bodies to raise the bodies somehow. We'll just engage gauntlet mode and just throw things at all of our problems. Still makes more sense than gauntlet on that one, considering we're not just throwing whole perfectly good swords at things yet. That could always happen. I don't know if they decided to go all in and give me throwing swords. I'm gonna assume probably not. But it would be funny. And I still didn't show you all the Game Boy Advance version of Dark Alliance 1, but we'll get to that. We'll get to that at some point. Soon, TM. Because I still haven't decided if I'm actually going to go all the way through that. I'm pretty sure I won't. Because I'm pretty confident it's not going to be different enough to warrant going all the way through. Oh, hey, there's a shirt I could have put on if I actually had gotten the armor proficiency that I was originally going to get. Well, that's a shame. It's fine. Shirtless man away! they shall learn the power of not having a shirt. You would think this guy would be long dead by now. Speaking of dead, rise again, skeleton. I need you to shield me from my mistakes. Speaking of shield, you know, it's probably a good spell to cast, huh? Yeah. Especially since it actually applies to my skeleton as well. Like, it's a group spell. Right off the top, apparently. If I could just get these shoulder button hotkeys to do what I want them to do, I would be using all of my spells pretty much all the time. But we make do. Oh, there's a save point over here, huh? Does that mean the other way was the loot way and I actually went the right way by accident? It's always so hard to tell. Because one would think that this would be the bonus way with how long out of our way we had to go to get here. But perhaps, just perhaps, this is actually the correct way. No, because there was a save point over there, too. But at the same time, it would make sense for the pivot right next to that save point to be where the loot is. So we're gonna go back that way, go get that loot, then we'll come over here. And this is when I'm going to have wasted all of our time. Oh yeah, the skeleton just teleports to catch up to you, by the way, so you don't need to worry about leaving him behind. We may be able to break the laws of physics using that at some point as well, considering he kind of pops in underneath me, and you notice he was, like, bumping me around when he teleported to me. Oh yeah, there literally was just, like, a foot of space left behind in here, huh? Well, so much for this being where the treasure was, either. There was just a pack of wolves here. Which, you know, some may say that's a treasure. But, not the kind of treasure I'm looking for, that's for sure. So, one pointless detour later, back we go. Running through the forest, running all the way back. Being very confused, because my phone is being weird. I was doing just fine pathing my way through there till I had to stare at my phone for a second to figure out why it showed a notification, but the notification screen was empty. The answer was because it was being its usual, oh so helpful self, and not actually working correctly. Ba-ba-ba-da-bum. Stabbity, stabbity, stabbity death. Stabbity, stabbity, stabbity death for you. I have every intention of not just running around stabbing everything this go around, but only once we actually have enough magic to do worthwhile things. Right now, Drain Life ain't bad, but it takes a lot of magic and doesn't really do the whole killing my enemies thing that I would like it to do. Where's this guy going? He was just wandering off. See, speaking of killing my enemies, I would really dearly love for it to have killed all of these guys. Of course, that's asking a lot of entry-level magic. But at the same time, how can we call ourselves a proper necromancer when all we can do is raise a single skeleton and vaguely tug at the life force of somebody? That scimitar's probably a better offhand than the hand axe was. Even if these look a little bit at large to be trying to use in this manner. Give. Finding a lot of shields that I can't use. We're really just finding a lot of everything that I can't use. Ow. Why did I get out in front of my skeleton again? The answer is I'm too used to being able to fight on my own. So I just go running off and doing silly things. Red Fang Goblin Lair. Well, I think I found where they took the people. Still not sure why I care, but you know what? Maybe we'll get paid for it. In worst case, we'll find some new friends to raise from the dead. Oh, so you'll have to drop them to convert them. Well, that kind of sucks, but I'm glad the game told me about that. Otherwise, I probably would have gotten real upset after getting the skill and going, what? Why it no do? Those sure are goblins. And those sure are prison cells where I presume people are being killed. Yep. An entire caravan and they really have only just kept like 2 people, huh? That's quite the casualty rate around here. But I guess, you know, if you've only got so many cells, you wouldn't really want to keep too many. I wonder even why they're keeping them. They're goblins. I can't imagine that they're that into the idea of ransoming them. And I don't think they would eat them. But then again, depends on the type of goblins. Some goblins eat people. Thankfully, we don't need an actual corpse for Animate Dead, even though you would expect it to need one. Either that or this place is just so rich with corpses that I can just kind of do it wherever. I don't have the potions for this. Goblins, be my potions. Feed me your life energy so that I may continue to kill your people. Doesn't that just sound so enticing that clearly they would want to go with this idea? Nom 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 nom. Yeah, there's probably an entire, like, valid moveset involving just spending all of your points on life drain. Just be the vampire you all would have wanted to be. This necromancer does have emo vampire vibes going, so really it works. Nope. Didn't pick up anything worthwhile. Still can't wear any of this armor. Look at all of this chest armor we picked up. Even though we can't do a thing with it. I'll have you know, when I did actually take armor proficiency in testing, didn't see a single piece of chest armor the entire time. That's why the can we find a shirt joke was what I went for with the going live post. It's like, well, maybe someday our hero will have a shirt. The answer? He will have a shirt the moment I actually spend points on armor proficiency. Which I still might do, because it might be funnier to just go around with no armor, even though it's gonna be a terrible idea. Like, if I wanted a surefire way to die, it probably would be that. But maybe, just maybe, if we spent all of our points on raising the dead...
Seems to be locked.
Maybe it would still work.
Seems to be locked.
But it only seems to be, it's not actually. We're just assuming it's locked, because we're lazy and don't want to try the door. Give me your soul. The amount of different arrow types coming flying at us from these goblins is actually kind of impressive. Like, they got some flinging fire arrows, they got poison arrows. Ow, see? Fire arrow. I am on fire now. Turn you lot into my own goddamn juice boxes. Nope. Stand still. Stand still and be drained. I need the health. Nope. Gonna need to use a potion that time. It's nice that I can just whip round still channeling this and still have it count. Potion, potion. Aha! We have found a potential gate key. It might open a gate. It might open the bathroom. Who knows? Why'd they lock the bathroom? Only they will ever be able to answer that question. Still not sure why it's faster to jump, but it is. Now, does this open all 3 gates, or do I have to go find more keys? The answer is it opens all of them. Very good. But I went this way first, so going this way. I may have some regret about going this way first. Thankfully, with the power of shield, they can't kill me. Easily. I probably should keep that attached to that sentence. Because invariably, I'll be proven wrong about that. How funny would it be if I picked the correct direction the first time? How worthwhile... I know, I can't even wield these battle axes at all. Which is interesting because we can get... Actually, no, because long weapon proficiency doesn't apply to battle axes. It applies to everything else, for the most part, that's two-handed, other than that and the big swords. Those are the only things that are not impacted by long weapon focus. Which makes sense, because long weapons would be anything with, like, a pole arm to it, basically. You need the pull part of the pole arm before it's a long weapon. These mushrooms seem unhelpful, based on the fact that they're spewing poison everywhere. I'm sure they're probably very helpful as a natural defense. And I think we might actually have, in fact, gone the right way, based on the fact that there's an exit here. But the Dark Cave might also be optional. We don't know yet. I don't know where I'm going, and it doesn't say level 2, therefore I cannot guarantee that that is forward. So let's look around and make sure there isn't, like, a Goblin Cave level 2 entrance somewhere. Or if there's just no other entrances to any other levels anywhere. Oh, we found a cutscene this way with a bunch of dragon statues. So, I think I found the boss of this dungeon here. And I also found a chat disconnect. Hooray! Twitch doing its best to be a mess of a service as usual. That one goblin was just standing there thinking he was the hero. Not gonna lie, I would not mind raising that goblin specifically from the dead. Okay, so it looks like we got a goblin shaman who can throw singular magic missiles at me. And he thinks he's a cool guy because of that. Dum-de-dum, give me your soul.
I do not have the
I'll use it better than you ever did. Hey bud, all your friends seem to be dead. I'ma drink you now. Nom 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 nom. He doesn't seem to really be fighting that idea. He's just slowly dying. Oh, he's poisoned me now. Fine. Back to the stabbing it is, then. And I'm dead. I kind of figured half health was gonna be enough for a moment or two there. Forgetting, once again, what I specifically said about my health bar not being very robust right now. 33 is actually not as bad as I thought, but we have some work to do again now. I did not save after going and getting the key. And I had just thought, after not doing that, and I didn't say it out loud, I don't think, but I definitely thought to myself that I'm gonna regret not having saved. So I'm gonna find something that'll kill me. And lo and behold, I was unfortunately correct. Because I think our shield spell also expired a while before that hit came in. I started getting complacent. Speaking of getting complacent, holy hell, they're being way more effective this time. I've been poisoned and burned repeatedly already. Yep, it's time for the classic you die once, now it's time for you to die over and over again because you do the same thing and get different results. I even turned shield on that time, which I didn't do last time we walked through there. And somehow I get punished for it. The hell, game? And bear in mind, we're on normal difficulty. I didn't even go, like, on hard like I debated doing to make myself really regret my choices. Like, I could have made this a awful experience for myself if I really wanted to. Dark Possession, get him! I think the big problem is the fact that I'm, like, actually getting set on fire and poisoned and all that. Is the damage ticks from those also stagger you. So I think I just kept getting, like, repeat staggered so I couldn't actually life drain or anything. Case in point, I'm on fire again. And I'm not even downtown. And I'm poisoned. Well, everything is awful. Fucking get this guy in particular. That guy in particular poisoned me twice. So he needed to go. He was the problem. You know, I thought the guy that was blocking all my attacks thought he was the hero. No, that guy who poisoned me repeatedly. He was the real hero goblin. And he needed to be made example of.
I do not have the energy required.
Almost a full bar and I don't have the energy to summon an undead. Wow, that does take a lot more than I thought, huh? Things I never really paid attention to because I usually summoned them with plenty of time before the next fight. That. That's not ideal. Ooh, that's just a plain old scimitar. So we could actually go with matching scimitars then. Is their damage range is fairly tight. That's probably a good idea. And they kind of look better when you have two of them instead of like one longsword, one scimitar. Looks a little weird when they're paired together. Two scimitars would definitely flow a bit better. Now let's save after having gone through Goblin Nightmare over there. Instead of being overconfident after having succeeded over there. And let's not go to where the shaman is immediately this time. Let's go this way. Though based on the fact there was a boss fight over there, I'm going to assume the Dark Cave is optional. which means we'll go there after dealing with whatever's up here. And we'll save the shaman for last, after we will more than likely have gained a level. So we don't just get our ass beat again, is the point behind that idea. It really is a hell of a thing when the goblins like yell at you or wave their spears in the air when you start casting at them. It really has like a I can do that too energy to it, because they don't understand what you're doing. They just see you waving your hand at them and yelling. Like, oh yeah, I can do that, see? This seems like a terrible idea. Oh, there's goblins in there too, huh? Wonderful. Ow, poison. You give me healing to fix the poison. Oh god, I'm also on fire. I've definitely made better life decisions. Can't really say that that's chief among the positive decisions I've ever made. But at least I made the sensible decision of drinking my enemies, so I didn't die. I really should just keep recasting shield regularly, if nothing else but to keep my skeleton intact so that he can keep deflecting some of my enemies. Like, I'm not even having him there to really kill things, he's just to split the enemies up. Okay, so this is where the prisons are, and I assume the shaman has the key, because that would make the most sense. The shaman having the keys to the cells, because the shaman would be likely the only intelligent one around here. Filetooth's treasury. Okay. Filetooth presumably is the leader around here. Unless the goblins actually have an encounter or something, which would be hilarious. Which in some universes, you know, goblin encounter's expected. In other universes, it's just like, really? You have a goblin counting all your stuff, huh? You do realize they can't count higher than 5, right? They also might have eaten some of your coins. You gotta be careful, because sometimes when they get hungry, they might just trade your coins away without you paying enough attention to realize. They'll just trade it for a cookie. Oh, never mind, the cell key's just over here, guarded by like 2 dudes. Okay. Great security you got here, guys. See previous statement about the goblins not necessarily being the most intelligent. I am left wondering once again how they managed to take out what looked like a decently equipped caravan, because there was a lot of people wearing armor laying dead on the ground where we were before. Now, admittedly, they're just basic, like, caravan mercenaries, so they probably aren't that great, but it's still lots of people with armor and swords. That said, there was also a lot of goblins, so I guess numbers is where the game ends up being there. Ooh, a not shoddy ring. To me, it's still very shoddy, considering it doesn't have any enchantments. But, you know, we've almost got our level, at least. I think this... I don't know. I thought from him this might lead back to where we were before, but hindsight being 2020, how would it possibly lead there when there was no door over there to have led over here? The answer being, there was a door and I just didn't see it, because I could see it in the distance now. Or I did see it and I just opted not to go that way, and I really can't answer which one it was anymore. is I didn't make that decision actively enough to pay attention. Oh, so apparently this whole hall here is full of bats. Honestly, if I didn't need every experience point I could get right now, I'd probably just let them live, because they just keep flying away from me. They clearly don't want anything to do with me. Uh-huh. There must be another way in there, then. Or... Hang on. Hang on. I'm cooking. Don't let me in the kitchen. Usually I will set everything on fire. But... right now... I'm cooking. Aha! Parkour! Ooh, wow, a bastard sword already. And I probably can't even use it, which is why the game's fine with giving it to me. Another shoddy ring. This was not as exciting as I'd hoped it would be for having to bring a barrel all the way over in order to climb up there. So I'm pretty sure you can't get up there without using something else to get there. Unless this is high enough. No, you can't even jump on that properly. There may have been like a secret door somewhere as well that would lead in there, like on the other side. Is it does look like you were expected to come in from the side opposite where we're standing right now, and then jump up and out. Yep, can't use a bastard sword. So I guess the only two-handed weapons we can use then will be staves and staff-adjacent things like spears and pole arms. And yes, I'm going to call polearms staff adjacent right now, because more or less they kind of are. Because what is a spear but a staff with a pointy bit stuck on it? A halberd is just a staff with an axe attached to it, etc., etc.
Gods be praised.
My gratitude.
You know, at least one of them had real gratitude, as in dropping money for me when he left, instead of just...
Gods be praised.
Ah, that's who's going to be behind the shaman then, is the caravan master, the only important one in the caravan. But you know what? We got paid. That's good enough for me. Wow. Wow, our stat line is kind of painful, huh? 10s across the board, except a little bit of dexterity and a lot of intelligence. Yikes. I'm kind of tempted to sink a bit into wisdom, but bear in mind exactly what it says there, is you only get 5% for every 2 points over 10. So we'd basically be wasting a point right now if we sank a point in there. The only thing we'd actually gain something from by putting a point in right now would be intelligence, by rounding it off to 18. But we're probably going to start pulling in a bunch of stat increasing items after like a dungeon or two, so having some uneven numbers might actually benefit us when we start getting like +1 this, +1 that. So I'm actually going to go ahead and put the point into the wisdom anyway. And we're going to go ahead and snag armor proficiency now. Because honestly, armor proficiency 1 will probably be enough to hold us for a while. The next level will get us scale, which we did find a piece of scale mail. But I don't anticipate finding a lot of pieces of scale mail anytime quick, which is why I'm saying just 1 point of armor proficiency will do for a while. We should have plenty of points to spend by the time I have any need of that. And I think we're just gonna save this last point. Is the more spells I add, the more fiddlefuck I have to do. And I'm not really in for that idea right now. Well, you know, that legally qualifies as a shirt still compared to the absolutely not a shirt we had before. Does the padded one do anything different? No, it's just a different color of the same thing. This man is just averse to covering his nipples, apparently. And what is the point to these shoddy leather gloves? I just want to direct your attention to the 0 armor they have. What is the... Maybe they help the monk. Maybe they make the monk punch a little harder even though it's not got armor value. I'm gonna go with that. I'm gonna go with that assumption. Like, it's either that or it's just a case of this way you're at least wearing something. Like, I could put a helmet on if I wanted to, but it's 0 value, so why would I bother? Wait, I have another actual scimitar? Hold up. Yeah, that is a second actual scimitar, so get rid of this shoddy fucking nonsense. Also, the book just appears out of the ether. The book is not actually an item we have. It just appears whenever there isn't something in my other hand. At first, I was worried I wouldn't be able to cast anything without my other hand free. But thankfully, that's not actually a thing in this game. Ow, with the poison. Well, I'm already poisoned, so no point in worrying about it anymore. Just go frolicking through the mushrooms. Did miss a piece of gold. 5 of them, in fact. Would be rather embarrassing if I couldn't afford something by 5 gold and having left that behind. So let's go to the Dark Cave, like I said, next. 'Cause I'm still operating under the assumption that that is a whole other area. Which it might not be. It may actually, in fact, be... progress instead of side stuff, but we have no way to know that until we go in. Meanwhile, we'll continue liquefying the souls of these goblins.
I cannot hold anymore.
You know what? You're right. When you're right, you're right. Except when you're left. There we go. How strong is that staff? It isn't, and it's also not any good worth for weight, so we'll take the other 2 things back. Unsurprising that things made out of metal have greater value than thing made out of wood. Considering it's not even made out of fancy wood or anything. Somebody probably just whittled a random tree branch into a staff shape for that one. One of these days, I'm going to stop getting set on fire, and it's going to be a good day. It unfortunately doesn't seem to be today that is going to happen. Remember when I walked through here the first time and got set on fire like once the entire time? I missed that time. Good advice. Fall back if people are destroying you. Also, that load screen said Bat Cave instead of Dark Cave, didn't it? I'm gonna have to fight Batman. How did I get all the way over there from Baldur's Gate? Huh. One may never know. What do you get when you take a wrong turn at Albuquerque, I guess? How we ended up in all these different places at once? Don't underestimate my capacity to get lost. Those who are lost can find their way to many places. Some of which considered impossible. All because it would be funnier to be there than to be where you're supposed to be. Really is a shame to be destroying so many bats. Oh wow, I hit that one off screen. Look at me. Things I could never accomplish on purpose for 500. Get back here so I can steal your soul. Ain't no way. Nope, that one hit a wall. I heard it hit something, and I'm like, nah. Nah, I didn't just do it again. That would have been incredible if it worked. Just like I'm going to assume that was a 5 and a 2, not a 52 that just happened there, without a crit. Considering we've been managing to only do like 12s on crit. It'd certainly be something if I managed otherwise. And it's a good thing that wearing armor doesn't just immediately ruin our ability to cast. That's a larger bat. That is definitely like a giant bat instead of the slightly large bats we've been dealing with. And now it's gone. So yep, this was entirely optional, I guess. Yay for me.
My inventory is full.
In a shocking turn of events, I can't pick up a potion, which also means I can't pick up a warhammer. What do you know? Speaking of, goodbye club. We don't need that. It's not worth anything. That is gonna be the big downside to being the necromancer, probably, is the carrying capacity is gonna be a little sad. Actually, yeah, get rid of the wooden shield. What the hell am I doing? Wooden shield has, like, no value.
My inventory is full.
Now, does what I picked up balance out the value? Probably not. But I can hope. And unfortunately, we have nowhere to get rid of any of this stuff yet, so I can't just say, oh yeah, I'll just recall away, sell it, and come back, so I can start building the nest egg. And it doesn't work out that well. You know, despite there being a tip for that on the load screen, I wonder how many people picked the Dark Elf Monk and then never took a point in unarmed combat, but insisted on punching things anyway and wondering why their damage was terrible. And I say that specifically because that's happened in other things before. I have known people who don't read how anything works and then ask very odd questions like, hey, why is my main mechanic not working? Because I didn't do any of my main mechanic things. It's like, well, gee, I wonder, could it be because you didn't read your main mechanic? Maybe. But you know, we all have our moments where we don't read things. That I'm not gonna demonize people for not reading something, but at the same time, it definitely isn't the game's fault if you chose not to read the information in front of you. Getting rid of the chest armor because I realized it was 12 weight for only 24 gold. Probably not worth it. It's a good thing the gold itself doesn't have weight. Haha. Also, my skeleton's gone. Which is a much more concerning thing to say in any other context. Like, if anyone other than a necromancer tells you their skeleton went for a walk, you might want to have some questions. Mostly involving, how are you still speaking to me without your skeleton holding your body together? Well, one could argue that the first alliance didn't work out and that's why there had to be a second one. You could really go either way with that one. Let the skeleton distract him while I drain his life. Ow, he's not distracted. Ow, he is not distracted at all. Oh, no, 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 no. Okay, he's dead. Turns out I was the distraction all along. Well... Funny thing about that, we killed who we thought was the big evil in the last game. Turns out, they just were in the way of the actual big evil, which is what we're gonna be dealing with in this one, apparently. So, oops. We just kind of cleared the way for bigger problems, as is fairly normal. Yep. Typical adventurer things, making everything worse. We saved the city! Why is the city burning to the ground? Well, you know, these guys invaded while you were busy dealing with the other ones. Oh. Oh, right. Power vacuums are a thing. Oops. To bring you up to speed on current events, the old heroes are all in a dungeon somewhere now. Not the traveling through and killing monsters type, the actually imprisoned type. So that's their problem. That's why we have new heroes now, and this caravan got wiped out by goblins, so we're sorting that out. And that's things as they currently are. Ooh, that's actually a better dagger. Not better than my scimitars, but it's a better dagger. And since I did not find any assistance, we've turned to necromancy to supply assistance. It's almost like they're... Well, we'll get to that in a sec.
But we will feed its meat to our spiders.
Good for him. Yeah, it's almost like Warcraft and D&D and a lot of those all have similar plot lines or something. Wild concept, that. It's almost like they kind of form the basis of generic fantasy. In a lot of places. Hey, shaman, be my friend. Attack my enemies. I know, right? Weird concept, that one. Just keep turning this shaman to my side for the moment until at least that other spider's not a problem anymore. No, friend. I think he just made another spider. So well, then again, maybe that spider just didn't die. It's really hard to say what's happening right now because I'm too busy running for my life. Oh, I found more goblins too. Wonderful. That's what I needed right now. More enemies. I need to get rid of the shaman and the spider before dealing with the big spider. Because right now it's 3 against 1, really. The skeleton's technically there, but he's not really accomplishing anything. So I can't really give him credit for being here. Yeah, they were kind of just rolled in other things. They weren't really separate entities. And I don't think we can give Lord of the Rings sole credit for that anyway. Like, I'm sure there was a variety of inspirations for these things, not just the one we see in front of us. This is going poorly. Because he hits really hard, and we have an armor class of... we don't. I can't up and notice there's definitely more goblins here than there were before. The spider's dead at least, but our problems have increased rather than decreasing. And I don't appreciate that as a concept. Well, of course. I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm just making sure that people don't make an oversimplified assumption there. Which very easily happens. Because I've seen a lot of cases where people are like, yeah, this and only this are why this exists as it is. It's like, well, no. No, that's not true. There we go, the shaman's gone, which is a blessing and a curse. We now no longer have him to use as a stooge to fight for me anymore. But it also means I won't get clipped by a random magic missile that'll kill me. Ow. Instead, I have random poison arrows to worry about. You know what? Fight for me while I kill you. There we go. Solve that problem the good old-fashioned way. Now we shield up, life drain, and hope for the best. While he gets stuck on our skeleton. And he's dead. Those are definitely better gloves than my padded gloves. Well, no, they weren't a guardian against them. They were an inconvenience for evil McWorst guy. Because apparently this worst faction wanted the Onyx Tower for themselves, and since the one we just dealt with was occupying the Onyx Tower, they were in the way. And a union between the two apparently was not possible. Another proper longsword. Proper dagger. Oh, good, the spider breeding pit. That clearly seems like somewhere I would want to go, absolutely. Totally not really hoping that that's an optional area at all right now, so I might not have to deal with whatever is going to be going on down there. You have some concerning friends. Especially when all of them want to bite me and poison me and make me dead. Well, I've got bad news for you. There doesn't seem to be non-venomous ones in this universe. So anything involving a pit full of them is definitely not somewhere I want to be. Okay, so we got some actual throwing daggers, so we will definitely replace the throwing axes that I'm using with one of those. It's a shame I can't put one in each hand, though they are fairly big throwing daggers, so I understand. Actually, no, one's the throwing dagger, one's the throwing knife. So yeah, you could absolutely throw both of those. Whatever you're throwing in your offhand's not gonna throw great, but volume of fire, yes. Yes. Aha, we found the caravan master.
tree, Joaquin be praised. I am Randala Brasshorn, owner of the ambushed caravan. You have all my gratitude, adventurer.
All of your gratitude is 1,000 experience points, huh? Maybe I should leave you here so you can learn how to properly pay your rescuers. Because we could just try again. I don't mind letting the goblins repopulate and coming back so we can see if you can do a better job this time.
I'll see you well rewarded upon my return to Baldur's Gate. I am a merchant of no small wealth, among other things. Are you traveling south? Hire on as my bodyguard until we reach the city's walls. I do pay well.
You're not really proving that to me right now, but you know what? Sure.
A deal then. Wonderful. I will meet you down the Tradeway in Wayfork. We'll travel south to Baldur's Gate from there. Farewell, adventurer.
Worst case, if you die on the way, I can raise your corpse as something more useful to me anyway. And we did end up not going into the spider breeding pit after all, which is absolutely fine by me. Also, I don't know if anybody else caught that load screen, but it mentioned rust monsters, and I'm now upset.
Terrible. The marauders are slaughtering everyone. There may be some survivors trying to hold the Wayfork in. I'll remain outside and search for wounded villagers to help.
You do that. Let me know if you find any dead villagers so I can make an army that can solve this problem. But future payment, though, and potential connections in the city we're going to. Especially since, you know, we're a necromancer. We're not exactly going to be the popular kid at the party here. We're going to need some connections. I mean, that is true. That is definitely true. If I had not been offered future payment, my response to the lack of payment I received probably would have been hurling them into the spider pit, so there's that. I am not a charity. I don't do this whole heroing business for free. You know, if these villagers can just phase out of existence like that, why aren't they just doing that now? Or is it like fast traveling? They can only do that when not in combat. Though I really think y'all could do a better job than just standing there cowering while the goblins stab you with their spears. Otherwise known as doing anything? Like, even just slap them. Slapping them would probably be more effective than standing there. Yep, that house is completely empty. I'm glad we just know that looking at the house. So maybe we can detect life. Do necromancers learn detect life? I don't remember. Maybe they do. Nothing here. Exactly. I mean, admittedly, most of these villages wouldn't last long enough to pay a monthly subscription fee. It would probably be a one-time payment before the village burns to the ground while I'm busy heroing elsewhere, but, you know, they don't need to know that part. The monthly subscription gives them hope. And then that hope is promptly wasted. So really, at that rate, we're just kind of entering into protection money territory. And, you know, maybe the hero guilds are actually the real racket all along, if you think about it. We're just heroic gangsters. I'm listening. You know, I'll give these villagers credit for one thing. They apparently can sustain a lot of damage. I feel like you skipped a word in that sentence. Like, I don't entirely know what the word that's missing is supposed to be, but it really feels like those are words missing from that sentence. So what you're saying is Superman became human.
Gods be praised.
I'm saved. Thank you.
That's not the only time they've tried to do the Superman but evil thing, so... Nothing too remarkable there. Let's hear it then. Let's hear the follow-up.
My thanks.
Ta-da! We've saved all of the villagers that weren't dead before we loaded in. Okay, so we got 5 points to spend. I could just make my spells stronger across the board, which does sound like a very good idea. I could make my individual spells stronger. Actually, Empower was 4 points, right? Yeah, it's 4 points. We'll save Empower for later, then. So essentially a similar to a Robin Hood scenario, except maybe not without the giving to the poor part, just the stealing from the rich part. There we go. Let's just max out on Animate Undead right now.
I do not have the energy required.
So apparently, even though they're more powerful, they're still just a skeleton without a weapon. I kind of was hoping for, like, summoning better undead as it got better, not just summon the same unarmed skeleton. He's faster, though. He's clearly moving faster and presumably hitting harder. I guess they just didn't want to model any gear for our skeleton. You know, that does seem just goofy enough to fit into the comics of that era. Honestly, I could see that being the premise, absolutely. I feel like Superman's kind of the wrong character to choose for that, but, you know, why not? Like, if their goal is to have chosen an absurd hero to use for that, they hit the nail on the head. Yeah, because I presume that that villain probably was written for the purposes of creating that story. And then it just probably didn't hit the way they wanted to, so they just never got used again. Because if their main defining trait is that they steal from the rich, well, I've got bad news for you. A good chunk of the villain roster does do a lot of stealing from the rich. Oh, of course. It wouldn't be very good writing outside of for comedy if he wasn't built up to be as if he was the real deal.
Dare oppose me?
wash this walls with your blood.
Blood does not wash well. Like, if you're aiming to paint everything red, that works, but it's not good for washing. Oh, he's not distracted with the NPC anymore. Ooh. You know what? You're a humanoid. Can I? Nope. Either it didn't choose him or I can't choose him. I'm not sure which right now. Would have been very funny if I turned the boss around and made him attack his allies, though. I was gonna say, I think you're making the point for why they haven't made any other appearances based on the fact that you forgot who they were already. Just think how much quicker this would be going if the townsfolk were attacking this guy too. Instead of just watching me and my skeleton just pummel him. Like, they wouldn't even have to be effective. They just would have to exist within this combat in order to give me the edge I need to make this go quicker. It's not like they need to worry about dying. I'll just raise their corpse anyway. Sure, their family may not necessarily appreciate that, but that seems like a them problem, not a me problem. And they could go down as a hero for their whole village to remember with a statue, probably made out of, well, probably best not to think about what the statue would be made out of. You're still hobbling around like you're dying, even though you said you weren't that wounded before.
Like a righteous comet from the sky you are. Had you not come now, I dread to think what could have happened. Liren is my name, the innkeeper. I thank you with all my heart. Here, please take these few small things as a matter of reward. It's the least we can do, seeing as you saved the village and all.
Your village's fate does very much hinge upon what pops up on this screen after this dialogue ends. I just want you to know that. Acceptable. This time. I didn't have to work that hard. And it kind of was on my way. You have anything useful to say?
Well met again. Rescuing damsels and saving villages. Careful, or you'll give adventurers a good name outside of Cormyr. I'll have to spread word of your successes to my friends in Baldur's Gate.
Does that mean I'll get more work? You know what? Carry on.
So, shall we go? Baldur's Gate awaits us.
Oh, absolutely. That's always how things like that'll end up going. You take your most popular entity and you do whatever you can with that to try to get your name out there. That's just the way things like that are done. Even if sometimes it makes no fucking sense in the slightest.
My lord, the interrogation of the prisoners is complete. They know little.
Nonetheless, I would hear it.
They said Eldrith used the Onyx Tower to make shadow gates which allowed her to move troops around the Western Heartlands. They claimed that when they slew her, the tower crumbled.
Yes, Khan's current employers, the Zentarum, seek to restore the tower and the power it holds for themselves. They use those three fools to wrest it from Eldrith's hands. However, the tower would better serve me and my allies in the east. I must have it.
Yes, my lord, but Khan, the prisoners claimed they killed him in Xantam's guild.
No, not Khan. He's well known to be exceedingly difficult to kill. Khan must have feigned his death, just as he was never truly working for Xantam. It's more likely that the Zentarum paid him to eliminate Xantam, which he accomplished through our three guests.
I see. And the guests, shall I kill them?
No, my good Zanhast. Leave them be. I'll amuse myself with them later.
I mean, he's not wearing dark armor or looking particularly spooky and evil, so, you know, maybe he's a good guy.
Baldur's Gate. Your reward as promised. May the coin serve you as well as you served me, adventurer. So, what will you do now?
Now, that guy is the one we saw in the intro cutscene, and he's also the one holding the previous 3 heroes as his 3 guests. The fact that he's saying Karn isn't dead is interesting, because Karn was the first major boss before the Beholder that we dealt with in the last game. So, they're either retconning some things, or he's just making some very bad assumptions. And of course his voice will sound familiar, because this era has a handful of voice actors that got a lot of work. So I wouldn't be surprised if that's at least one of the high-profile voice actors of this time. Which one? I don't remember names well enough to tell you. There we go, we got 1,000 gold now that we got here, so you know what? You get to live.
Well, I have some matters to tend to, informing the relatives of the slain guards, the recovery of the caravan's goods, that sort of thing.
Well, recovery of goods I could probably do for you too, but I probably have more important things to do that'll pay better than that.
But should you require my help or are looking for work, please find me at the Purple Worm Inn. I have associates that could use an adventurer of your formidable skills. Farewell, for now.
Yeah, that's good advice. Use sprint to get out rather than in, because sprint costs energy, just like everything else. And bear in mind, there's also a lot of sound-alikes that will happen. Bold of you to assume that that name means anything to me. Like, I don't know if I should be grateful that you think I remember names, or just, you know, continuing as usual of like, yep, that doesn't mean anything to me, because that name, like I said, doesn't... Uh-huh. And I did play that game. Doesn't mean any of their names stuck in my brain. So I completed Fallout New Vegas, but that was also a while ago. I'm not joking when I say names don't stick. I kind of get... I assumed they were connected with Caesar, considering Legate is a rank in that line, but that brings a little bit more clarity. Doesn't mean I recognize the character even with that explanation, because, like I said, it's been too long. But that is at least a helpful explanation. Okay, none of these are, like, explicitly a shop, so I'm going to assume in the Purple Worm is where I'll find my merchant to get rid of all this stuff, then. There's not, like, an out-and-out blacksmith shop or anything that I can access. No, people get upset with me all the time because they'll name incredibly well-known characters, and I'll be like, who? Either because I did not actually interact with said media the well-known character is from, or I just don't remember the name. That's some interesting characters in here, but nobody that has the label insert thing the merchant here. Then again, maybe the caravan lady will be our merchant. I will try by the various people around the room first.
Away with you. Didn't your mother ever teach you never to bother a dwarf in his cups? Ha! That's different then. My thanks for the ale.
What do you want? Yes, it so happens I have the vault key for a treasure chamber in the halls of the Hammer. Could be of some use if you're ever there.
That sounds suspicious. We'll get into that idea later. That's a little rich for my blood at the moment. I could afford the 3,000, but that would be basically all of our money. And we could ask him about the Hall of the Hammer, but I'm not interested right now.
Begone, stranger. I have nothing to say to you.
That's a bad way to introduce myself to someone, but, well, that's our only dialogue option, so I guess we're doing it.
Am I? No. I'm merely a darkly tanned gold elf. I laid out too long on the sparkling beaches of Evermeet. Now, farewell. Our conversation is over.
You really think that's a believable lie, huh? Or the explanation I already gave is correct. Yes, you... Faction alignment really doesn't matter for something being remembered if you do not have the type of memory to remember a name.
Ha! I thought you might seek me out. Come have a seat, and we shall drink and sing the day away.
Just bear in mind, I could have spent half an hour talking to an NPC and forget their name the second that dialogue ends, depending on whether I cared about that interaction at all. Okay, yeah, that, of course, that is what I was pointing out as well. I was never claiming I didn't interact with the individual.
I've two troubling tales to tell. Firstly, there's been a series of kidnappings. Some victims number among the city's wealthy elite. Death lies in their future should ransom or rescue not be made.
And profit to be had in the rescuing part.
There has also been a rash of mysterious, grisly murders. There have been some leads, but little progress, and more mutilated corpses turn up each night. So, still interested? You'll be well paid for your efforts, of course.
It's interesting that I actually get to choose here. Of the two, I'm more curious about the murders. The kidnappings are probably just your typical ransom jobs, so they're probably not that interesting. The murders, though, murders can be very interesting in their motivations.
The citizenry is on edge. The bodies are often left so mutilated that they're unrecognizable. Some witnesses claim to have seen misshapen and contorted figures leaving murder sites.
Haven't the slightest idea if she's trustworthy or not, but she's the only lead we've got at the moment. It's not like I can go looking for random work, because that's not how this engine's designed. So I have to kind of follow the leads I have. It does sound like the murders are being done by undead if they're misshapen and contorted. And they're leaving disastrously mutilated bodies.
And similar sightings have been reported around Bloodmire Manor. Perhaps you should start your search there. It's on the northeastern side of Baldur's Gate. It is the home of Luvia Bloodmire, sole heiress to a vast fortune. Many have sent sons there in hopes of marrying Bloodmire Gold, but she turns them all away. She's an eccentric woman, morose, and, it's said, macabre.
Alright. What are we thinking? Vampire? Necromancer? One of those two, probably. Seems pretty likely. Possibly both. Not outside the realm of possibility, but they don't usually send off undead too much that I can think of. And I'm pretty sure the citizenry would have figured out she's a mind flayer since people have clearly seen her. Then again, they probably would have figured out she's a vampire too. Necromancer could pass, considering, you know, as long as we don't walk around telling everybody we're a necromancer, I don't think they'd figure that out either.
What news?
Okay, you don't buy or sell things. Great merchant you are. I'm so glad I wasted my time with that.
Well met again, adventurer. Many are grateful for your help, I'm certain.
You are not helpful either, apparently.
I've heard little. Only that adventurers are hard up for work in the city. So many came to fight Eldrith, but she's already been vanquished.
I already know what happened to Eldrith. That's the one we killed at the end of the first game. Hearing somebody else's accounting of that could be interesting, but not right now. We've got other business. To be fair, they'll either assume that you are really trying too hard, you're a barbarian, or you're a necromancer, yeah. Where is a merchant so I could get rid of my shit? Maybe the Church of Helm. I doubt the Church of Helm would have a merchant, but, you know. Hi.
Greetings. I am Euros, priest of Helm. How might I assist you?
You do have some nice armor. Would you be willing to sell that?
Alas, I have not.
Damn it.
May Helm watch over you. Farewell.
Thank you for being oh so helpful. Some bustling fucking city this is, not a damn merchant in sight. Maybe there's like a merchant stall out here somewhere I didn't... Oh, there he is. He's just over here in a corner for some reason.
If you're looking for a good blade, or say, I know you. You're the adventurer that helped Randella Brasshorn back on the tradeway, yes?
And I know you too, though you're dressed way better than you were in the last game. This was the same merchant we interacted with in the Elf Song Tavern.
Oh, it's an honor to meet you then. Randella spoke highly of you, and her words like gold. I'm Bartley, a merchant, and my shop boasts many fine deals. I've also hired on Goodly Durbum, a skilled dwarven artisan. So, if you're looking to have equipment custom made or broken down, my workshop will serve you well.
Okay, good. We have access to the workshop immediately.
Seeking arms and armor? I have everything you need right here.
He must have made a killing off of all the stuff we were dealing with him with in the first game, considering he looks very well off compared to the rags he was wearing before. Oh yeah.
I receive new shipments frequently, so if you don't see something here now, check back from time to time.
Wow, they have scale mail straight away. Fine studded leather's not too bad a price, and that is some good armor for what we can actually wear. So we'll go ahead and snag that straight away. Feels weird focusing on buying armor.
The work of local master craftsmen as well as imports from Waterdeep and Arm.
Now we've got a full set of better armor. What kind of weaponry can I purchase? His weaponry is not like a huge focus for me at the moment, because our magic should be taking care of some of that. That fine defending staff, though, is definitely calling my name. We'll grab that. There we go. We've sorted out a whole new set of gear. It's arguably weaker than the dual scimitars, but our accuracy with this should be significantly better since we have no two-weapon fighting to speak of. Double our chest armor. We did already have studded leather gloves. For some reason, I thought they were shoddy studded leather. Exactly what you've seen me do. There's not a lot else I can do. I can raise dead, I can poison, I can deal out a lot of different magics. And that's about it. They're closer to just a regular wizard than what you'd see as a necromancer and other things.
Saying you intend to enter Bloodmire Manor. I've a bad feeling about that place myself.
Is in D&D, a necromancer really is just a specific focus of a wizard. Or a sorcerer. Or for the most part. It's not really, like, as separate a thing.
My shop carries the finest armor and weapons.
If you're speaking mechanically. It's just also, as we've discussed before, not something that's particularly popular or well-liked. Do I wanna... Ooh. He had magic... I'm gonna assume things like the runestones and such are for the workshop. I probably should have invested in one of these. It's fine. Let's have a look at what the workshop can do for me. Okay, upgrade or break. Ah, okay, so the runestones are required. This item cannot be upgraded. Only items of fine quality or better without attached runestones or gems can be upgraded. Okay, so I need... Well, this is fine, but I guess it's because it's already +1. Defending also probably counts... Yeah, it's got a jet in it already. Okay. So instead of enchantments of the usual way, you place the runestones in it to enchant it with what would ordinarily be the old enchantments. It just is. Something defiling corpses, something necromancers get a bad rap because usually evil people are necromancers. Nobody ever claimed the realms were tolerant. If anything, I'm pretty sure most people would tell you they're not particularly tolerant at all. I know. But I have to make the point anyway, because it's just... Ooh. It's a mess sometimes. It's a mess. I mean, technically I am one right now. And there have actually been a couple occasions, I do believe, of a good aligned necromancer, but they're definitely rare. And it's usually they're good because everything else is way worse. So, welcome into that Radio Geek. It sure is a thing. Oh, Bloodmire Manor's over here. I was wondering if it was just gonna be like another name for that other manor over there, but I guess it's just a whole area over here. Time to go see what one man and his walking stick can do. Huh. These are definitely a little bit more than regular undead, that's for sure. Been doing fine so far. We cleared through the first game last week, so working my way through this one now. Can't break the statues, and that makes me sad. I can play the harpsichord? Not particularly well. Not particularly well at all. Definitely no ranks in perform instrument. Not in the slightest. Okay, these misshapen meat beasts are definitely reasonably tough. I did that as a test of how much they could take, and boy, can they take it. Definitely cast my stuff out of order here. Yeah, this is also the PS2 version, it's just, you know, emulated for convenience. Give me your life force, even though you probably don't have your own. You probably have somebody else's. Give it to me anyway. You're not using it properly. There we go. Nothing in that pot. There's not really going to be much left of this place when I'm done with it. But that's typical adventuring. break everything, take everything that isn't nailed down, rip the nails out, take those two. I really need to level up my life drain. It is not doing it anymore. When I can hit them with a long magical stick and do more damage than my magic, that definitely means the magic's fallen behind a little bit. No, those things shoot poison spikes as well. Look at them. Admittedly, I did spend more on support skills for myself than on direct damage magic yet, so not really shocking that I can't just magically murder my way through things. It's almost like trying to stay alive is more important at the moment when I'm alone. I was really hoping the whole animating dead thing would pay off a bit more than it has. For those who may have missed it, we maxed out Animate Dead already, because it only had 3 ranks, and this is all we get, the one guy. You can't summon more than one. So, little bit of a letdown, little bit of a problem. Just means we're gonna have to do a lot more work ourselves. Don't get me wrong, he's become rather potent with his bare hands, but could be better. Yeah, I did this partially because I figured it'd be more interesting to take the risk. And for the bit of, didn't get somebody else to play, so I'll just raise dead as my new friends, and my new friends are not very effective. It's a bit of a problem. This is why it was done as a bit rather than expecting it to be particularly effective, though. But I will say, solo casters go very either or. They're either the most broken thing in the game, or exactly as you described, they just die miserable death. And this has kind of started off mostly miserable death. We died a lot even just in the first area. But now that I've got a bit of gear behind me, we've not really been having too much trouble. Though, taking Dark Possession was definitely a mistake. Taking control of one enemy for 6 seconds is, resoundingly ineffective. Especially since a lot of what we're dealing with is not things I can take control of. Even, you know what, he's just gonna keep blocking. I'm gonna deal with the other one first and come back to him in a moment. But no, if I wanted to go the efficient route, I would have been either like the Barbarian or the Rogue. Maybe the Cleric, because Clerics are pretty solid as well. Because, you know, D&D Clerics are actually usually a force in and of themselves pretty well. Yeah, exactly. Just unfortunately, I put all my faith in this bit, and then the game let me down on that one with 3 ranks of Animate Undead being bleh. You know, higher ranks give stronger pets. Yeah. Still naked skeleton man who does punching and that's it. Wow, that is actually a superior dagger. That is a... I did not mean to drop it. That is in fact a superior dagger though. It's not superior enough. Give me your life force to make up for the poisoning. Nom, 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 nom. It is fascinating how Life Drain seems to make their AI break. Like, they just start freaking out. And I don't know if that's intentional, like it has like a side effect of causing fear, or if they just don't know what to do with what's happening. This one might just not have been coded as well as the other one. Not that the first game was supremely well coded either. There was definitely a lot of enemies spinning around situations that happened. You know, there's only so much you can ask for out of a PS2 action RPG. Look, a guy who isn't a horrendous undead monster. I think I'd rather talk to the undead monsters, considering. Okay, 5 points. We definitely need to get some variety of magic that will be more useful to us. Or I just make my life drain better. Ooh, it actually gets more targets. You know, actually, I think I've swayed myself. There we go. We'll just go up 2 ranks in life drain. Because if it can affect 3 targets at once, and it does a 6 to 15 per half second, that's pretty good. I can live with that. Especially considering it will make sure that I live. Just go ahead and save again, because we can still die very spontaneously, as we've proven before. Now our life drain is a lot more efficient. It's definitely draining our magic way faster, though, as one would expect. So I'm gonna need to do something about that a little bit, or use it more sparingly. Haha! Not sure how I feel about some of these statues. Like, I'm pretty sure if they weren't statues, I don't think they'd function. Okay, these guys with the blade arms just don't care about magic, it seems. Even with all those ranks in it, it was doing 2. Probably because they are necromantic creatures, and, as you might imagine, trying to drain the life of that which has no life doesn't work very well. And I did anticipate that being a problem, but I was very much swayed by the idea of hitting multiple targets. And thankfully, we can be saved by the best magic of all, doorways. The power of funneling shall save us, as from all danger. The fact that there's gonna be so many of these, though, does make this a bit of an issue. This is either I keep doing what I'm doing now, which is running back to the doorway to save myself, or I accept the fact that I'm going to be in danger a lot. What I'm probably gonna do is on next level start investing in Flame Arrow a bit, just to give myself a different damage type other than physical, and presumably Life Drain would be under Dark Magic? Question mark? No, more specifically, it would be directly Necromantic Magic, but you get the point. Oh, that's a problem. That's a door I can't open. This, however, is a bookshelf I can open. Thank you, Minimap, for giving things away. Oh, we're actually finding music for the harpsichord, which means we'll actually have to play the harpsichord, which explains why playing it was even an option. I thought for a moment it was one of those just funny little things that you could do, and no, it had a purpose. Should have known. They don't really do funny little things you can do that much here. Again, probably trying to make sure they can fit everything in, either within budget or within disk space. Just a plain old scimitar. This will open as well. That's arguably a downside to having the minimap up, is it gives away secret doors pretty easily. Oh, there's a lot of you. Face me within the bookshelf of power. Here, I'll turn the camera so you guys can actually see what's happening. Not that there's that much happening here. Just a guy punching me while I whack him with a stick until he falls over, and then the next contestant on The Price of Stupidity walks up. Thunk, 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 thunk. Eventually you'll fall down. Thunk, 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 thunk. I cast the spells that make people fall down. That is true, yeah. Not sure whether a moon elf would count under that or not, because it depends on what variant rules they end up getting, but close enough. I mean, they're just a bunch of panicked servants. I don't think they would be known for their intelligence. Depends on which edition, really, because I've seen situations where they were all the same in that regard, and then some where it isn't, so it just becomes a question mark. I would assume this, if they even fully went off of one of the rule sets, it'd probably be 3.5 by this point. I'm pretty sure we can all agree that it's... Yeah, exactly. Though we could all say that they don't entirely follow all of the rules with this to begin with. Because, you know, gotta make it work a little bit better within the bounds of what this is. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. We can work within it as a little bit here and there. It's kind of funny to think, though, that the D&D MMO played by the rules better than this does. Just a hell of a thing to think about. It is a lot of fun. DDO is a very fun thing. I dipped back in not too long ago. It's just hard to keep it going without a group that actively keeps playing, and the group I was attached to kind of stopped playing again. So it's like, okay, put this back on the back burner. It'll come back again at some point. Because I've kind of fallen out of MMOs as a concept even further than I used to have. So I never was huge into the way those were designed anyway, because they are in part unnecessary treadmill. And I get that it's to leverage the social aspects of it harder in a lot of cases, but sometimes the decisions just bug me too much for me to get past that. And I'm not a social butterfly, particularly either, so it ends up being that way. That's why I ended up soloing so many MMOs in my time, which is probably where my burnout for that comes from. But, you know, such is the way of things. Is people would be hard-pressed to find an MMO of the, like, mid-2000s era that I did not at least touch. Whether I spent any real time on it, that's a whole other question. But I went through a whole era between, I think it was like 2006 and 2012, where I played so many different MMOs, trying to find the right one. And can't say that I succeeded. And even after that stretch, I jumped in and out a bunch in various things as they came out or as I learned about them. And a lot of them just really didn't hit. And at this point, I don't remember the titles of half of them anymore because there was too many that I tried. It really is a shame on the MMO discussion, though, that Nexon's such a nasty company in a bunch of ways. In part because I have a natural bias against them because of a unfair ban that happened that ruined a lot of what I was doing. And in part just because they've done a bunch of sketchy things, just like most companies have. Otherwise, I'd probably still be playing some of the stuff that they put out. Oh hell, I'd still be playing Dungeon Fighter if it wasn't so heavily infested with ads, because it at least isn't attached to Nexon anymore. Or I don't think. That's a whole other tangent I could go off on. Like, it's also very weird to me that apparently Vindictus, of all things, is getting a revival. Which, I say of all things, but I really did enjoy that game. That was the one I was actively playing, that and Riders of Icarus, when that unfair ban happened that derailed my entire attachment to anything attached to that company. Oh yeah, Neverwinter's the one you're talking about, right? As far as the other D&D MMO goes. Which I think Neverwinter was fine for a while, but yeah, I'm not surprised that it got bad. It was already not great. Like, I remember enjoying it a fair bit when I played it very early on. And then I played it again a couple years ago with a group, and it was okay. And then I looked at it again, I think last year specifically, and things had already seemed a lot less worthwhile. Like, you could kind of see a slide happening. And I seem to recall they went very heavily into expansion pack content. Which, you know, you gotta pay the bills, but sometimes it's egregious, and that one was definitely getting into the egregious. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you're hitting the nail on the head, where the monetization just got disgusting. The other side of that coin is I can't really say that that wasn't the MMO style at that point. Is there was a lot of egregious monetization happening in a lot of MMOs. Doesn't make it okay, but it definitely makes it make a little bit more sense that they'd be doing it too. I have no healing potions left. Thankfully, I can make my enemies into my healing potions. Kinda makes me thankful that my MMO burnout had happened around that point, because it kept me out of that at even more than a disinterest in monetization of that kind already would. Like, I think about the only other MMO I spent any decent amount of time in around that time period was there was a offer to get Black Desert for free during a free period for it if you hit a certain level point during the free period, and I missed that free e-game copy by 1 level. And then I just never looked at the game again after that, just like, okay, never mind. Yeah, that's fair. Keep hitting them with the wacky stick. Hit them with the wacky stick. Like, I would say I have an advantage in that I have no particular attachment to any given setting. But it's actually a mixed result there. whether you consider that an advantage or a disadvantage. Because it means I don't get pulled into some of the schemes that other people will because the setting is something they're attached to. But it also means I have no extra enjoyment from anything either. So it's a trade-off. It's definitely a trade-off. And I can't even say that it's 100% accurate that I don't have any attachments, but my attachments have decreased over time, for sure. In part because of things I like causing me to get burned. As we've all had at some point. I can't quite tell if the amount of health I'm draining is getting multiplied by the amount of targets I'm draining from. You would think it should, but my health bar may have also just increased enough that it's hard to tell. Yeah, that's fair. You kind of end up getting stuck there because that's the system people are playing currently. And that was gonna be my big question right off that first sentence. It's like, do we trust Wizards of the Coast to make something good anymore? Is based on everything I've heard from people in the past, like, year and change, the answer to that question is no, we don't. Yeah, exactly. Like, I've been out of that band for a bit here, but I really can't say that there's been too much cause in even an outside perspective to have faith in Wizards of the Coast. Which is a shame. It really is, but I've said this before and I'll say it as many times as is needed. I can't really think of that many long-running companies that the consumer has that much faith in at all anymore. A lot of them have shot themselves in the foot in one way or another. I keep hearing good things about Pathfinder, and if I was ever to play something tabletop that's in that vein again, it would be Pathfinder. I just haven't played another solid, proper tabletop game in a long time. It's so hard to schedule such a thing, and it is such a commitment. No. Shield.
I do not.
I don't have enough mana for that. Animate my undead. Distract. Save me. Nope, he's turning around. Yeah, that's fair. And I do have a game shop not far away, but it's far enough away, you know? And again, back to the lack of being particularly sociable kind of makes that complicated as well. Like, I may project much more sociably here, but this is a very different venue compared to being in person in front of people you only somewhat know, because you'll have just run into them in your local shop now and then. Though I used to know a couple of the people that worked at that shop. I don't know if they still work there at all or not, because I used to work with them back when I worked a regular day job at the grocery store around here. So that's been over a year now? Probably closer to 2 years almost now? God, time's been flying. I don't have much of a head for some of those dates anymore. Can't really say I ever did particularly, but I have less anchor points for that now that my time is completely nebulous. Like, there's no, like, hard schedules to worry around anymore. for doing this full time. Yeah, that's fair. That does make it easier when you get reminded. My anniversaries on Twitch are kind of janky because I started and stopped a bunch of times. So, like, technically, my anniversary of starting streaming at all is way off from what my actual anniversary for that would realistically be, for example. Because I did a stream or two many moons back. But I only started, like, seriously streaming, like, 3 or 4 years ago. Yes, you've got much the same situation there. Because I think if I kept at it from, like, the first YouTube video I ever did, I probably would be at, like, 12 or 13 years at this point, which is kind of absurd. But I usually count it more as closer to, like, 5. And it's not even quite 5 years yet. And if anybody's wondering, no, you can't find any of that YouTube content anymore. That's all been thrown under the bus because it was just the worst quality. Like, I can't even say that, oh yeah, I said some cringe shit in there. It's like, well, no, we all do, but I deleted it just because the equipment quality and just the video quality of everything was garbage. And yeah, exactly. But at the same time, burnout may have happened just because of everything else going on around. And then like, there's plenty of room to be like, this could have been a thing, but it's like, well, the equal option is things could have just fallen apart as well. I've had a few times where I genuinely wonder if I was hitting burnout, and then I just pressed on, and thankfully kind of just worked around it, at least in recent time. Back when I was still working a day job and tried to do this, definitely got burnt out at least once, fully and properly. So I blame that more on the fact that my day job was awful. Why do I keep ending up with a weapon set with nothing in it? And this is why you keep a ranged weapon handy, for when you need to let your health regenerate a bit. What I really should do, though, is this. Recall away and get some goddamn potions in my inventory instead of pushing my luck over and over again. Sometimes it's fun, though, to push your luck a bit. See just what you can get away with the build you're using.
Welcome back, friend.
That one.
Seeking arms and armor? I have everything you need right here.
Grand padded gloves that are still awful. Like, if the Grand and affix had ended up on literally anything else, it probably would have been worth using. Since I didn't end up picking up the alchemy thing yet, I can't actually convert those. Let's go ahead and grab this and see what this actually does for us. Oh, it does actually say, ignore knockback. Really, that's all that does? Huh. I mean, not getting staggered isn't bad. Because remember, there's not actually, like, you slide backwards type knockback. It is just you get staggered. Yeah, none of our stats went up, so that is literally just a knockback ring. Well, so glad I wasted my money on that. Gonna just go ahead and save my regrets because, we didn't save recently enough to buying that to undo that. We're just gonna go ahead and dub that the Ring of Regret and carry that around on my finger. Now at least I can afford to mix it up in combat again and actually move us along a little faster.
I do not have the energy required.
Oh man, Life Drain 3 is way more expensive. Now, if I were a wiser man taking his time, I would also be using my block button a lot more against these blade arm guys. These in particular. But that would make this process take much longer. And these games give you plenty of money, so it's not like I need to worry about scrounging my money to not run out. Well, this is a problem. And he's not going to be smart enough to get away from them, so I'll just have to teleport him away from them. Are they still following? They are not. Oh, wait, that one is. Come on, dum-dum. Oh, they are actually making their way over here. Okay. Oh, that's a problem. Get back here, Mr. Bones. You're not off the wild ride yet. Wow, they are just shredding him now, huh? Some powerful undead he is. Level 3 animate undead my ass. So hard to find good help these days, huh? Finding all these people who did not drink their milk that I'm raising. I feel like I had a whole other tangent that was forming and it's gone now. Pretty sure there was going to be another point I was going to make. But it's wandered off, so you know what? It'll either come back or it won't. As to what I'm going to spend this next level on, I think I am going to go with the flame arrow thought. Because if this place is as riddled with undead and mutated stuff as this seems to be, fire should be pretty effective. So it may be that these blade arm guys are just very magic resistant in general, which could be a whole other problem. But the only way for us really to find out which one is true would be to test it. I cast the wrong thing. I thought I had life drain on. I didn't. Now I regret. I know it's hitting me in the back, but I need that one gone so that I can actually finish draining that one. There we go. It's like they knew that doorways were the most powerful thing, because they definitely reduced the amount of small doorways at this point in the area. It's okay, my life drain should keep up with the poison damage. Aside from me running out of magic. Do I have enough magic for that? I do. This is also why I made sure to invest in armor proficiency, though, so we could wear some armor. Is between me forgetting to cast shield and all of the things we have to deal with up close and personal, there was no way we were getting through this without armor. Like, that was just a given from the word go. And if you didn't think that was a given, you don't know the type of game you're dealing with. Oh boy. Gotta go right now. Gotta go. Yeah, on the whole burnout thing as a whole, just make sure to take care of yourselves, y'all. No matter how much you enjoy the work you're doing, do not just keep working through it when you can tell that you're hitting a burnout point. Like, that is not going to work out in your favor, even though it may feel like you have to. It may be a case where you have to find ways to work around it, not necessarily just hammer through. That was the thing I was gonna say back on the burnout thought. Of course, everybody deals with things differently, so by all means, handle it the way you know yourself well enough to do, but make sure you actually know yourself well enough to have the correct answer there, not just assume you can do this because other people have done it, or anything along those thoughts as well. Is despite the saying, what's good for the goose is good for the gander exists, it's not always true. There we go. Let's see, we have 6 points. There's nothing remarkable, I don't think, specific to 6 points, because we had the whole list available to us when we had 5 points. And now that we have multi-targeting life drain, I have even less reason to want vampiric touch. Sounds good. Good luck with the recording. Take care. You know, I'm actually gonna grab 1 point of vampiric touch because I had an idea. And I need to know. Because there's a world in which vampiric touch isn't actually just specifically a touch spell. It may have been altered to work as just like temporary vampirism. I'm pretty sure that's not gonna be the case, but I can dream. A little bit of carrying capacity also wouldn't go amiss, but we'll focus on that once we're more effective at being able to protect ourselves. There's also some worth to... Oh no, accuracy is only for ranged weapons. Never mind, we're not worrying about that because that's not our focus. I am still tempted by alchemical lore, but again, money's not like a big problem. We could also go into clarity, though, to make our life drain not just drain us. No. Do what you were saying you were gonna do. Get flame arrow. There we go. Now you've got 2 flame arrows. That should do good enough work to help. Assuming that this doesn't require a bow. If this is fire arrows, that's gonna be a problem. But it should be like the actual wizard flame arrow. Oh, we do actually have enough for alchemical lore as well, so we'll grab that. There we go. Yep, we just launch fireballs. Okay. Oh wow, that actually hit him all the way out there. Yeah, reasonably cheap, decent damage. Requires a little bit of aiming. but much more effective. And does good damage against these guys, which is the problematic one, so that's perfect. We burn these down, because even when they block, they get set on fire. I will say, I do appreciate that they actually implemented tripping as well, because you'll notice those guys were falling down before they died. I don't know if that's because the staff can trip, or if that's because that's just a thing those enemies do yet. But I'm gonna give them credit for the idea for the moment until proven otherwise. The only downside to using a flame arrow is having to hear that sound all the time. Is for some reason, all the fire sounds are bass boosted almost, and I don't know why. Another harpsichord music sheet. We've only got 2 more of those to go. And I assume they're all on this floor, considering we found the vast majority of them on this floor. And then I would also assume that the harpsichord will then open like a hidden wall or something that'll give us a reward. Is since we have access to the attic and a whole other pathway over here, one would have to logically assume... Actually, wait, are we on the second floor? Yeah, we are on the second floor, aren't we? And we did find some of them on the first floor, so never mind. We found them on both floors. So maybe the other one is in the attic then. Everything's kind of running together here a little bit because I've been like half autopiloting while we had all those other tangents happening, if I'm honest. Fine Warhammer. And another superior dagger. There could be some value to upgrading a superior dagger with a runestone to replace the staff, even though we spent a lot of money on this staff. We haven't committed to like the long weapon path or anything yet, so there is a world in which that is worth our while. Yeah, so thinking about it more, the harpsichord may lead us to where the answer to the murders are. And I wouldn't be shocked if we end up having to do both of those quests before the actual plot continues. You probably just get like a choice of which one you want to do first. That would be kind of neat if it was actually like a split path where, depending on which one you solve, the other one actually continues unabated in the city, is you end up getting caught up with other matters and never end up solving the other one. Or like somebody else has to solve it. That would be interesting. Unlikely to be the case, but it'd be interesting. Yeah, we are in Blood Manor too. That's what I thought once I thought about it for more than half a second. I keep thinking I press to the right to switch the map one way and then press to the left to switch it the other way, but to the right swaps my weapon set around, left moves the map, and up and down cycle these. And yeah, Vampiric Touch is a separate spell. None of which are up here for some reason. There must be a way to set them to go up there, and I just don't understand how. L1 is how you bring that menu up, but L1 just tells you what the current power of a spell is. None of the other buttons do anything. It's very odd. In fact, you know what? Hang on. I'm getting the manual. I'm getting the manual. gotta find the section of the manual that applies to that section. There's your info on all of the characters, which is not what I'm looking for. Aha, there we go. For information on how to select your shift slot spells and feats, see selecting spells and feats below. What? I think I understand what it's telling me, but boy, that's a choice. Yep, that is exactly how that works. You have to hold this button down and then call up this menu and then press the corresponding button you want it to go to afterward. That is a little bit less intuitive than you might want it to be, but it works. I will grant that we do have most buttons used, so it's not as bad as certain other things we were talking about before in that vein. But I will say... Actually, no, the select button's used to go into this menu. But you also could have just had it be a nested menu within this pause menu, where you select where they go. There's been games even within this time frame that had menus like that, rather than using that weird mess. But we've got it working now, so I can more readily use more of my magic. But remember, this was also the era where using your manual was actually kind of useful and important. Is there would be information there that you would not readily get elsewhere. And now I can, like, cast shield, then go right back to life draining, or throw fire exactly when I need to. Instead of kind of flailing our bar up and down trying to get things where I need them to be, and cast them when I need them. But I should actually probably reorient this a little bit. There we go. Put animate dead up there, and we'll just keep fire arrow selected. Because we'll probably be using flame arrow like all the... Actually, no. No. Let's do that the other way around. Put flame arrow there and keep life drain selected. Life drain will be the fallback spell. Since life drain is the thing we should be applying to basically everything, whereas fire arrow is for things that life drain doesn't work on. Or for when we start getting low on energy. And life drain's also something we have to hold the button down for. And I don't know whether holding the button down works in situations where it's on a shift button, or if I have to, like, keep the shift button held down the whole time as well. So safer input-wise to limit the amount of inputs I need for it to continue to do what it needs to do. Oh, you know? Ooh, a crossbow. First one of those we've seen so far. Would have started with one as the rogue, but again, that wasn't what I was aiming for this time. Running through the halls, kicking you in the balls. You know, I would not have actually minded an active trip move to use in a game like this. just so I have a means of, like, readily knocking enemies down. But at the same time, that would probably be a little too strong. Because you just sit there and just trip all of your enemies while your skeleton beats them up. And it would become a problem. Not to mention that adds a whole other layer of calculations that need to happen, because you have layers upon layers of how the trip would actually be calculated as to whether it would work, and it would get to be a lot. It would get to be a lot. This place is also really quiet. Like, there's definitely, like, weird, spooky ambient noises happening, but there's not, like, a ton happening here. This fine longsword is definitely stronger than our staff. And it does give us back freedom to use our other hand with, like, the superior dagger. The remarkable leather gloves of being weaker than studded leather. Though, I think Remarkable does allow me to upgrade them, so there is that. So right now, we can't afford workshop costs, so I'd have to sell things and then hopefully manipulate the cost around. Speaking of, we got plenty of inventory space left because our armor's not that heavy. Off to the attic we go, then. I assume our last page is going to be up here, then. Oh, Basilisk Stair turns you to stone. Well, that tells me basilisks exist in this game, which is information that I'm not exactly super happy to have received. I'm still more upset to have received the information that rust monsters exist. If you don't know what rust monsters are, well, it's right in the name. They will rust your things and eat them and make you very unhappy. So they would actually be a case where right now we'd actually be in a great spot fighting them, considering we're not wearing anything metal really, and we're not using a metal weapon. They are the bane of those who've run around in plate mail, for example, because they rusted and make you very unhappy. Because now you incur massive costs. Not to mention, your armor is way less effective while you're dealing with them, and anything else in that general vicinity. It just really becomes a whole thing. Nope, give me that money. We suddenly have a lot of money. It's almost like picking up gold is helpful. Didn't we have, like, not even 100 gold moments ago, and then suddenly we have 3,000? Or I was reading something wrong. I easily could have been reading something wrong. I gotta remember that the fire arrows come from the low end of my staff, not from the high end like you might expect. Like, point the staff at our enemy and cast the spell. Which, he's still pointing the staff at our enemies and casting the spell, he's just casting it from the other end that he's pointing at them. I think with the money we have, we should probably quickly pop back and try to make ourselves a little bit better. Yeah, right. I only found the one recall potion. I didn't buy more of them when I was buying the other potions. Right. Right. Well, never mind. Problems for another time. Another fine longsword. I mean, if you're gonna keep just dropping fine longswords for me, then I guess I'll just slap a pair of those in my hands. A lot of chests with just money in them. Also, we seem to have not solved anything by being up here. Or did a harpsichord note message pop up and I didn't see it because I was busy doing other things? Could go either way with that one. But as expected, the attic was not very big. You know, it's almost like attics are by their nature fairly small. Maybe there was another exit on the first floor, because I don't see another exit here on the second floor. Or, like I was also going to suggest that there might be just another room I didn't go into down on the first floor, because it really looks like we've been to every room on this floor in general. And we definitely went to everywhere on the attic unless there's a hidden room. Which there could be. We didn't search the attic for hidden rooms particularly thoroughly. So that is a consideration. On the bright side, I don't need to worry about not having picked up the harpsichord music sheet, because it gives them to you automatically when you open the box the music sheet's in. It's slightly faster hopping around, it seems, which is why I'm doing it. Because we have a lot of walking to do, so I'd rather speed it up. Wait. Okay, I did open that. The downside to the way they're shown on the minimap is you can't tell if you've opened them, guaranteed. Let's go see if I can play the harpsichord. Oh wait, there's a couple rooms down here we haven't been to, so we'll check them first, because there very well might be our last harpsichord note in one of these. Door's locked. Okay, perhaps there's a key around this corner here. That's why it shoots from that hand. I kind of figured it was like a right-handed thing. Like he casts with his right hand. So he has to cast with the lower hand on the staff because that's just how he holds the staff. There we go. Oh, there's a save point here and everything, too. So there may be more involved over on this path I missed than I thought. Since we're gonna have to go toe-to-toe with these guys, I may as well put my shield up. Would be lovely to find another recall potion, though. Nom 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 nom. Out of magic. We don't have that many magic potions left either at this point, which does call into question my decision to get the potion swapping thing, but it's okay. Don't worry about that. It also can just be used to switch potions the other way, too. I could just turn healing potions into magic potions. If such a thing ends up being more relevant. In some ways, it's a good thing that magic damage isn't dependent on weapon damage. In other ways, it's unfortunate that it's not dependent on weapon damage. Because it means it scales slower, arguably. Like, if your spells were percentage of weapon damage like a lot of newer games do, for example, you could use a level 1 spell a lot more effectively later on in the game than if it's just a guaranteed it's X to X, like this game is, for example. That's not to say either system is right or wrong, because they are right for different situations. But it is different. Apparently this first floor was more involved than I thought, considering we found a key for a library. I'm going to assume the library is going to be decently sized, because why else would it be a whole separate room? And whether the owners of the manor read their books at all, they usually at least pretend to read enough that they have fairly lengthy libraries. Though, given the situation in this manor, I would be inclined to think that there'd be a decent library in here, owing to the assumption that one of two things has to be true. The owner of this manor is either some manner of spellcaster, to end up being a necromancer, or some variety of fantasy mad scientist where they've found an alternative method for raising the dead. Then again, these might not be dead. They may be like living things that have been altered instead of risen from the grave. The amount of, like, exposed meat on these things, though, make me inclined to think they're undead. Just because disease alone from open flesh like that would logically be a problem. It's like, you can see the spine on the back of these guys when they turn around. I feel like a living thing would have a bit of a problem with an exposed spine. And ordinarily I'd couch that with the, well, what do I know about their biology, but these are clearly humanoids, so I have a decent idea of their biology, as it turns out. Aha! You found all the music sheets and can use them to play the harpsichord in the entry hall. You also get 1,000 experience points. You found a bunch of pieces of paper. Hooray! Gain XP. The whole gaining experience after doing something thing always feels a little weird to me. Because you would think you would gain the experience in the process of doing the thing, not afterwards in like an arbitrary chunk. Like game mechanic wise, it makes sense to do that, but just in the acquisition of experience in action, it's just like, okay, but why is it all like tail loaded here? And obviously you're gaining experience the entire time as well. But it's just, I don't know, something feels weird there, and I can't 100% put my finger on it. So apparently the staff is still equipped in one of the weapon sets, so let's just unequip that. Just in case. Because otherwise I may swap to it by accident and forget that I'm not using it anymore, and then somehow I have 3 weapons that I'm carting around all the time, and it just becomes a whole thing. Okay, there was nothing here. I saw that this wasn't, like, properly lit up on the map, so I went to check. But just one of those spots that's just, like, a little darker for reasons. The harpsichord was back this way. I was back, like, at the entrance. You can see where I had to funnel guys earlier on in this place. Before we continued to get stronger. And we are just on floor 1 of the manor. I could just walk out and go do my merchant stuff right now before I activate the harpsichord. In fact, I think I might. Because remember, we didn't even have to walk through like an extra section to get to the manor. It's literally like a few steps away from the merchant. So, be back in a moment. Creepy place full of evil. Ooh. They were just telling me about combining my touch spells, and I now have something to think about with that.
Welcome back, friend. I receive new shipments frequently, so if you don't see something here now, check back from time to time.
The studded leather gloves are only 1 more armor, so let's keep those remarkable ones for a second here, and we might be able to do something with that. These anymore. We have the fine longsword, so there's no reason to keep the superior dagger, because it's slightly weaker. I'm seriously considering selling the fine ring of battle back, but I'm just gonna accept my fate on that one. Oh, apparently I missed one of the warhammers. There we go. Oh yeah, I didn't get any runestones yet. I need to buy some. Do these do different things? I would assume so, but let's see what just a runestone does.
I receive new shipments frequently, so if you don't see something here...
Okay, runestone just makes it +1. I kind of assumed. It's cheap to upgrade that at least. So now we have +1 remarkable leather gloves. I'm assuming a ruby would make it, like, do fire or something. Let's grab a ruby and see what it does for one of these long swords. Oh, I need the runestone as well. Okay. So it'll become, like, +1, insert other thing here. Fine longsword of wounding. Not quite what I wanted. Oh, but it is bleeding with wounding instead. What happens if I put it into armor? Reflect 5% of melee damage when struck. You know, if we were taking more damage, like not amounts of times hit, but the number of individual hits dealing higher damage, I think I would be interested in this, but I think the bleed may be more worthwhile. Okay, and I can't upgrade that further. Right. We can break the fine ring of battle. Sure. Which just becomes a regular fine ring. Ooh, that gives +1 great fortitude. That's the health regen one. That might actually make this ring a little more worthwhile to me, actually. But it's expensive. Okay, so that's how that part of it works. Coral, though, makes this into a sword of battle, which raises the minimum damage. Okay. Okay, I'm learning how this mechanic works. Like, this is definitely a case of you're just gonna have to bear with me doing some foolish spending and fiddling around with this, because we need to spend the time learning how this works to benefit from it properly. So we'll just hang on to this stuff here till we get some more money. I do want to sell him back the gloves that I'm not going to be using, though. This also means that fine rings and such are actually no longer worthless, which is good. Grab a couple more of each of these before we go in. With how much the recall potions cost, ironically enough, we couldn't really go for that. But after learning how short a distance it is to our target, it doesn't much matter. And I'm going to assume that the kidnappings are going to be involving the sewers, considering that's the other dungeon that's directly connected to our hub area here. I debated going in there just to quickly grab a bit more cash, but we'll save that for if we have to go there. As the haunting melody echoes through the entryway, a secret passage leading down to Luvia's hidden laboratory is revealed. Ta-da! It's an oh no, it's a trapdoor. Whee! I'm sure it actually, like, yeah, it was a staircase, but I like to picture it as, I voluntarily just dumped myself down a hole because I didn't know any better. Sure is a lot of blood down here. So, this place clearly has, like, blood vents, considering the things on the side here, to keep the worst of the blood channeled. Got different undead. You know, I feel like Luvia and I would have a lot to talk about. Necromancer to necromancer. I wonder if she'd be willing to make a deal. Teach me more magic and I don't slice her to pieces. I feel like that's not a deal she'd probably go for. It doesn't seem like a deal most people would really go for, honestly. I suppose it couldn't hurt to try either way, but might get laughed out the room as a fool. Or turned into a zombie. Turned into a zombie's always an option, too. Some people probably be happier as zombies.
Dear Lady F, I do hope this letter finds you well. Your last shipment of supplies and gold has been most generous. I have sent a special gift to your warehouse. His name is Argesh, the pinnacle of my creations. He will serve you without question. I hope he is to your satisfaction, as the others will be based off this new design. Please inform the Hands of Glory that fresh supplies will be needed, preferably live. Faithfully yours, Luvia Bloodmire.
Okay, so she's been creating troops, I would say, troops and servants for the Hands of Glory then, and the Hands of Glory have been supplying bodies. Hands of Glory is certainly an interesting name for a group, and if you don't know why that's interesting, well, just look up what a Hand of Glory is, and you might start to understand. Because there's varying definitions for what that is, but I believe it's usually like the hand cut off of a thief, and it usually has quite a few magical properties to it, but also a fair bit of misfortune attached to it. Like, I believe there was one story where a Hand of Glory could be used to, like, phase through walls and things like that, but the user of the Hand of Glory got stuck in a wall. Things like that. Like, not really positive outcomes in a lot of cases of using items like that. And as you might imagine, it's not usually a hand given willingly. From what I recall. I glossed over it because I was talking about Hands of Glory, but I do find it very funny that the person in the cell over there is like, nope, I'm staying in here. It's not safe out there. Ignoring all of those other prisoners I released who just kind of magically disappeared when I released them from other places. Like, that's just another one of those things where it's like, there's a weird difference there, and I wonder why. I wonder why those are different. Okay, it wasn't the staff tripping him, because he's still falling. Also, where'd your door go? You had a door before. You still have life force, though, and it's mine now. Thank you. Your charitable donation will be noted down in a footnote in history. Somewhere along the very large count of things I stole life for to keep me alive until I could save the world.
I do not have the energy required.
Yep, out of magic. Just completely out of magic. Just keep swinging, just keep swinging. Eventually they will fall. Stop it. Interesting just how many of these doors just don't even have an interact prompt. A shoddy spear. Why did I even pick it up? Answer because greed. You want the real answer? Just greed. Oh, my shield spell wore off. Thank you for the potion refund. I know he didn't drop the potion, but he reminded me that that potion was there, so it's close enough to him giving me the potion. Oh, the other one ran all the way over there, huh? Okay. You get to live for the moment, because I'm not interested in chasing you. I gotta say, they gave us an ability that lets us move faster, and they promptly made all of the enemies run away more, I've noticed, which is an interesting idea. You would think that they would have just stuck to the way the first game was, where they, for the most part, just stayed until they died, rather than running around, because a lot of the time here, the enemies that try to run away just keep ending up getting killed before they can get any distance, so they just spend their time getting hit in the back instead of the front. Which makes for an odd interaction a lot of the time. Yeah, odd interaction's the word I'll use for that right now. Also, the Ring of Great Fortitude may or may not even work, thinking about it more. Is +1 to something sometimes grants it to you, sometimes doesn't. I don't know if this game is one of those ones that'll grant me the Great Fortitude ability, as in, like, put it to 1 from 0, or if it's only going to improve it if you already have it. Like, we have it in our list, so at the very least, we're not gaining an ability we don't otherwise have access to that way. So it's more likely that it'll work than it won't, but that is something to consider in the line of thought involved with an item like that. Can't quite jump up there. Can I drain life for you guys from down here? No. Not that I would have done any real damage to them with drain life anyway, but I was curious. You know, it's probably for the best that magic doesn't really exist, per se, in our world. Because if people could just, like, throw fire arrows with their hands, there'd be a lot more problems with accidental fires or people fucking around and finding out.
Do not have the energy required.
Because one could try to convince themselves that people would be more responsible with things like that just because they would have access to it. And the amount of damage that could be done with it. But I think we all know that, no, they wouldn't. Some would be, yes, but there'd be plenty of irresponsible people out there that, given an option like that, would probably blow their own foot off or blow somebody else's foot off, etc. Blow someone's house up. Just look at what happens when people have access to firecrackers, and I think you'll get the idea of what would happen if the average human knew how to cast Fireball. So I suppose by the same token, if say the average person could cast Fireball, then the average firefighter might be way better off because they'll be able to use magic to put out the fire. I don't know, though. I feel like the escalation there is still not favorable to the people fixing the problem. Hard to say, though. Oh, you made one with 2 heads instead of 1. Is that really better? I guess it's twice as many mouths. I'm also locked in with said twice as many mouths, which is, yeah, you know what? That's an accurate statement to this. Atrocious is pretty spot on. Especially me going in without any mana potions. That's also pretty atrocious in and of itself. Can't help but notice its health bar's not there anymore. But I'm pretty sure I'm only fighting the ads right now. We did level, so let's go ahead and grab our experience bonus. What do I do with my 7 points? Get more fire arrows. That's kind of doing fine as it is. I think I'd be better served by investing in Empower or Clarity. Or both, actually. We could afford both. So let's get level 1 Empower, which gives us 15% more damage on everything we do, except hitting things with our weapons, and then 10% cost reduction. That should be pretty good for us. Okay, yeah, Atrocious is still here. I had a thought in my head for a moment that it, like, despawned, which would have been hilarious. We are stun locking it with Life Drain, which is pretty great. Wow, it hits hard, though. Oh. Got him. No, he didn't die. He was starting to get health back. A faint voice can be heard in the distance. Now that you're done playing with my pets, come and visit me. A nearby door opens invitingly. Good. Good. I'm sure that's not a trap at all. Also the fact that I'm kind of in shambles a little bit here. Oh good, the door is open. Going back. I could just run away and go buy potions. That is an option. One could argue that it's the coward's option. I'm also now very sad because we got fine studded leather gloves to immediately replace the +1 remarkable leather gloves we just upgraded. But it also cost me like nothing to upgrade that. I can just rip the runestone back out of it. So it's not the worst thing. And I did get a potion of each kind back. I'm at least gonna save before I do anything stupid. Because given the option to save, we should save. There may be a save point up ahead too, but trust not that they will give you the save point. Trust in the save point you know exists. I presume I'll be able to let that one that's in the cell down there out once Luvi is dealt with. And then maybe we'll get a reward. Or I'll forget they're down there at all and just leave without ever having checked. I think we all know what the likely outcome there is. And if you're thinking that part of why I ran back to that save point was to let my health and mana regenerate, you'd be correct. Yeah, another potion. Oh, and it's a whole other floor, huh? Okay. Hey, look, a save point. I should have assumed they weren't gonna hit me with boss after boss, but at the same time, that Atrocious could have been treated as like a mid-boss or like just a strong creature for all I knew. So it did have a health bar. So I could have made a better assumption, but it's fine. Safety first and all that. I may want to start buying recall potions though, because this game doesn't seem to be as good about giving you recall potions as the first one was. Because we've gone through a couple dungeons now. Wow, now this is our second dungeon, and we only saw one recall potion between the two dungeons. Because we went through a field, then the cave could be counted as our first dungeon, and now we're going through this place, which would be our second dungeon if you combine the manor and the lab into one. Which they're one building, so you may as well combine them into one. Really shouldn't be using my potions out here. Or if I can help it. Use my skeleton instead. Though, that skeleton really is showing quite clear proof that he's not worth summoning anymore. Which is kind of fucked when you think about it, because we've literally only gone into the second dungeon, and we've maxed out Animate Dead. And yet, in exchange for the vast majority of my spell pool, we summon a skeleton that hits things a couple times and then dies. Again. I really have a lot of questions about what they thought the value of that spell was going to be. Like, don't get me wrong, it didn't cost me that many points to max it out, but I feel like at that rate, maybe you should have gave the player more ranks of that spell to get if it's that quick to hit its cap. And I don't mean cap in terms of how many points you can spend in it, cap in terms of its effectiveness in combat. Like, maybe it'll raise with our level as well? Like, maybe later in the game it becomes more effective somehow? But as it stands, it's currently incredibly disappointing. Like, I would expect that kind of fragility out of, like, a Diablo skeleton, because you can get, like, 5 of them at a time. Not out of a skeleton you can summon one of, and spend a lot to summon the one of. It just don't make sense. What was that small thing I picked up? I assume it was a ring? It was a shoddy amulet. Sad. No, Luffy, I presume.
Ah, you finally arrived. I do hope my creations haven't given you too much trouble.
Yeah, maybe a little bit.
Lovely, aren't they? It took me years to perfect the technique to successfully transfer limbs and organs from one creature to the next.
Okay, so you figured out organ transplants. Well done. You're well ahead of your time. I question the apparel choice for your gentleman behind you, but you know what? What you do behind closed doors is none of my business.
What does it matter? Perhaps hundreds died for me to learn this. But it was a small price to pay in the name of science. But you shouldn't concern yourself over the welfare of others. Your thoughts should lie in the here and now.
Yeah, I am here to kill you in the here and now, I suppose. Yeah, that... I don't have to kill her, reasonably. Like, we could get information and then just leave her be, because the welfare of the city really isn't my problem. We have no ties here other than being a adventurer that happens to be profiting from this town, but I guess we are heroically foolish as usual.
Fame is not always a friend. I've heard of your coming, and have had time to prepare these just for you. Try not to play too hard. I might still have use for you later. Provided your body isn't too mutilated. Farewell.
Sounds like your boys weren't that great on the whole not mutilating the bodies too hard thing before. She's slowly getting away. Someone stop her. I guess no one's going to stop her, huh? Oh, right, I was supposed to stop her, huh? Can't help but notice they're not really taking action against me yet. They're just kind of hanging out. I could just leave. Oh, the door's closed. Okay, I guess that's why they're waiting. They're just letting me do whatever until such a time as I make the decision to walk towards them. Thankfully, this does mean I can also split them up, which works in my favor. Wow, they hit hard. I may be making an erroneous assumption here, but I would be inclined to think that I can't drain life from them very effectively. And I would be only partially correct. I can actually drain life from them reasonably. Not resoundingly effectively, but reasonably. I can certainly do a better than nothing rate of exchange there. by some miracle, my skeleton is holding up better against these things than they were against the other guys. And I'm not really sure how, considering with those big meaty hands there, I would definitely classify that as a blunt weapon. So you would think... He exploded. You would think they would be trashing a skeleton pretty well. Her creations aren't really the sharpest tools in the shed, huh? Oh, the shield wore off. Get that shield back up, because that's probably the only thing keeping him from just getting housed. Oh, he's pissed at me. Like, my fire arrows are definitely higher damage, but the damage and giving myself health back of the life drain is very nice. Not to mention, the damage to cost ratio here on the fire arrows is way better. Shield's gone. Skeleton's gone. Uh-oh. Gotta go! You know, if she's watching this, she must be just so upset right now, watching her creation just get walked around a pillar over and over again like this. The most powerful thing she's made, and it's defeated by a guy just walking around a box and stabbing it. Oh, she is actually watching. She's right over there. You can see her through the doorway. I heard that yes, and I was like, did this thing say that? If so, that explains a few things, but also raises so many other questions that I don't know if I want answers to, really. There we go. Oh, you shut the door finally.
What have you done? My beautiful creations destroyed, and by the likes of someone as insignificant as you! Heretics! Non-believers! You stand in my path to goddom. Soon, nothing but the dead shall remain in this place. I will take my leave now. I suggest you do the same before it's too late. Hurry. Hurry. Hurry.
Oh, poison. Wonderful. Gotta go. Interesting that it's auto-saving here. That's worrying. The poisonous gas Livia released into the lab is filling the room. You must leave quickly before you're overcome by the toxic fumes. Love that for me. Anyway, I'm not gonna deal with any of these monsters. I'm just going to run for my life. Gotta go, gotta go, gotta go right now. Gotta go, gotta go, gotta go. Gotta go, gotta go, gotta go right now. Gotta get the fuck away. Now would be a great time for sprint. I think we all knew there was gonna be a sequence like this, considering all of the doors being shut and not being openable and everything. Now, oh, interesting. You could have ransacked chests. Neat. Oh, there's poison here too, huh? Where was that cell I had looked at before? Should I even be worrying about that? Oh, out of healing potions. That's not great. I am regenerating, but I'm also losing health. I might not make it. Oh, fuck me. Yep, I actually got poisoned now. And the only thing near me is not particularly drainable. Also, apparently, I didn't even get health from them at all. I was able to drain a little bit from those guys before. Are they just, like, non-targetable for this sequence? If so, that really sucks. We might actually be in a, like, stuck situation here. Oh, no, there we go. I can drain these guys. I'm losing health more rapidly than I'm gaining it with them hitting me. Yeah, this was a terrible idea. I kind of figured I'd be able to steal enough life from those things to actually make a profit. Turns out not so much. So based on the way it went before, I'm gonna pretty confidently say we ain't making it this time either. But maybe I won't get stuck this time, we'll see. Though, yeah, I'm pretty sure we're not even making it that far. Because I have no healing left, and, yep, got caught with the poison shot. Dead. Why did they think that this was a good idea? Because I'm betting even if you had a recall potion, it wouldn't let you recall out of here. What if I don't go to the door yet? Can I just, like, hang out here for a moment? Let my health come back? There's definitely poison in the room. Am I affected by it yet, though? The answer is no. Despite there being poison in this room, I can actually sit here and let my health fill before I go out there, which will help. It's not really the exciting answer, but it's funny. Actually pretty funny that this is working. You know, the smarter idea probably would have been to keep her from closing this door somehow, or I don't know. These bars are pretty far apart. Probably could squeeze my skinny ass through these. Or just raise a skeleton on the other side, and there's probably just like a lever there. Have the skeleton just lift the lever and the door would open. Follow her where she's going. It'll probably be a lot faster to get out of here than where we're going. Let's go ahead and cast shield on ourselves. Because that'll probably help against any, like, incidental hits I take. Does sprint cost more than 1 point? If it only costs 1 point, I may grab sprint. It does not. You can't turn while sprinting, as it turns out, though, so that's not ideal. It does give us a fair bit of increased speed, but it doesn't last very long. I kind of expected it to be just like a speed buff that you could turn and do everything else with. It is absolutely not that. It's a dash more than anything. But as you can see, it is definitely working for expediting this process, now that I understand how to move properly with it. At the end of the day, probably should have invested in haste instead. Might have actually used haste more than just for spamming through a section like this. But whoever's in that cell is definitely gonna die. Oh, that's blocked off too. But what is this? Come on! So you've got an unopenable door, and these guys can just trap you in a spot. Thanks, game. Love that for me. On the bright side, now I can avoid spending the point on sprint if I don't want to. And I'm kind of tempted not to because it was helpful, but I don't think I need it. I think I might actually be better served by a point of great fortitude instead, to push my health regen up a bit more. Is 2 hit points a minute. Means in 44 minutes we fully heal. Oh, now I'm taking the poison damage. Interesting. We didn't even trigger the dialogue yet, though. So why did I get away with not getting poisoned before? Huh. I am perpetually confused. Yeah, the way I'm figuring it, without sprint, I will not run directly into the waiting arms of enemies this time. So I'm clearly getting hit more this time than we ever have otherwise. Because we just happen to be timed just wrong for getting past the poison vent this time. And I have no other healing potions, so we're probably not making this attempt either. So hope you enjoy the way this place looks, because we're gonna be here for a bit, it looks like. So I'm gaining almost as much health as I'm losing with the fortitude upgrade. At least some of the time. You know, till they hit me, because the same thing about the hit detection I talked about in the previous game is true here too, it seems. Yeah, I think getting hit by that poison vent was enough to ruin this for us. Bet. Not to mention not getting to regenerate anything. So if I just run back immediately, is that how I keep it from poisoning me immediately? The green particles are everywhere this time. Just like they were before. So yeah, I think just sometimes it just doesn't trigger, question mark? So I think I do have to use sprint just because of the fact that I can't reliably get my health to fill up. So I do consider this a bit of a wasted point because this is about the only situation something like this would be particularly important to me for. Because we haven't run into too many instances where enemies are that much faster than us. Make it necessary in regards of avoiding an attack. So far. There obviously could be points where it'll matter more to me. But like, you'll notice even our base run speed is outrunning these guys. So I don't really need it for monster evading. If anything, quite the opposite. It tends to get me hit by the monsters instead of avoiding them. Because I have no fucking control over my turning. Okay, the cells all seem to be open, so whoever was in that cell, I guess, gets a chance to leave, question mark? Yeah, because that cell's empty now, it looks like. So it looked like there might be a box in there, but I don't have time to look at that right now. Dick move, game. Dick move with the just a clog of guys just standing in that hallway waiting for me. Okay, the poison wore off when we got up here, though. I wonder if I'm allowed to go back down. Like, obviously, we're not going to go immediately back down. We're going to save before I toy with such an idea. But I'm curious if the poison's still going to be in effect down there. And if I thought it was actually going to be like an escape sequence of that degree, by the way, I would have saved in a different slot so we could have actually gotten into a better position for that, and I would have just fought everything again instead of doing like 6 runs out of there. Let's see if the poison's gone now. Because there was a hallway I didn't go down. Nope, still poisoned. Never mind. Okay, so there's just missable stuff down there entirely. Most dungeons in these games you can go back to if you wanted to clean up what you miss. This one? Nope. You're just fucked if there's stuff down there. Which it's fine. I'm sure it'll all be left behind in terms of quality before too long anyway. But it's just unfortunate. Because that's a bit of money and such on the table, well, essentially.
I heard what happened in Bloodmire Manor, friend. You're of stouter stuff than I.
I literally just left there. How did you hear about it already in the time it took me to walk over here? It's not like I told you yet. I just got here. This guy, I tell ya.
Baldur's Gate sleeps easier with Luvia Bloodmire and her monsters gone. As do I. My thanks.
Bear in mind, she isn't dead. She just pissed off. Oh, she probably is in fact pissed off as well. Considering I broke all her stuff and made her leave her house.
Seeking arms and armor? I have everything you need right here.
Hey, give me back my runestone. Let's actually put that nowhere, actually, thinking about it. Because now that we've completed that area, we're probably going to get another set of gear available to us soon. So there'd be no point in putting upgrades now.
Quality and prices to match mine. I've been supplying brave adventurers for over a decade.
Grab a couple recall potions so I don't have to keep making runs back over and over again. Also, let me get rid of these gloves.
Welcome back. I receive new shipments frequently, so if you don't...
We won't worry about buying potions right this second, because we'll see what we're getting into first. Because if it's not anything too bad and I can just life drain my way to victory, we won't need to worry about potions, because we'll just get them dropped for us. Let's go ahead and report in that we dealt with that whole situation. And get paid. Because presumably we will be paid.
Adventurer, I hear many terrible malformed creatures fled Bloodmire Manor. City guards killed several, but some escaped. What happened?
You guys suck at your job, you know that? Yeah, she made a lot of bad things. Yeah.
I see. So it was her vile creations that have been causing so much havoc each night. I'm glad you put an end to it, though it's a shame you could not have put an end to her, the evil woman. Here, my congratulations, and your reward.
Can't really say that we put an end to it either, since she's still alive. She could even have a secondary lab somewhere that we don't know about, and she may just go right back to doing this within like a day or two. But I'm gonna take my money and not worry about it. And there we go. Yeah, we have to go deal with the kidnappings as well.
The Hands of Glory, a band of vicious criminals, are responsible. The ransom demands are ridiculous, far beyond the means of even the wealthiest victims' families. Some think it all merely a sadistic excuse to send back severed body parts. The city guard knows a frontal attack could result in the murder of the hostages. Many families think a small group would have the best chance of success. This is you.
Yes, my small group of me, my skeleton, and I.
My, less savory friends have informed me of where the victims are held. A Hands of Glory lair hidden beneath an old warehouse in southwest Baldur's Gate.
Yeah, tell me more about the Hands of Glory.
They're the new Thieves Guild in Baldur's Gate, a band of assassins that took advantage of the power vacuum created when the last guild was destroyed. Murderous scum, all of them. No one knows who leads them.
Of course there's another new Thieves Guild, even more murderous than the ones we dismantled the last time. That's how these things usually go. And I guess the old Thieves Guild couldn't reinstate themselves enough to stop this either, considering they probably were in pieces after the previous new Thieves Guild mostly dismantled them. Which does cause complications, I suppose. Just upsetting when it all becomes my problem. Bright side, she did pay me properly.
Welcome. Say, a little bird told me you aim to take on the Hands of Glory. Careful, friend. They're a mean lot. Watch your back. And maybe buy some armor for it, too.
Same old sales pitch, huh, Bartley? Same old sales pitch.
Arms and armor? I have everything you need right here.
Based on what I'm getting into, I will grab a couple potions. Thinking about that workshop again. I think I will actually go ahead and make that. Oh no, I can't make the regeneration ring. Well, it still costs more than I have. Never mind. It's based on what that one point in the Great Regeneration did for me before we died in the poison. It does seem like it'll actually be worthwhile, especially if I spend 1 point and then grab the level, I mean, spend 1 point and then grab the ring, because that'll then put me to 4 every a minute instead of 2, which would be somewhat worthwhile when you think about the fact that it would be just 20 minutes and then we'd be fully healed. You know, maybe you guys should have, I don't know, drawn knives to stop somebody who's not supposed to be here just walking in. Also, surprisingly, we didn't go in the sewers. I kind of assumed that the new thieves would have just moved in where the old thieves used to be. But at least they had the decency to move in somewhere else. Oop. Out of my way, box. Look at this guy. He drops a perfectly serviceable short sword that he didn't use against me. Honestly, I probably could just life drain my way through here, considering I'm not even having that much trouble slicing them with my swords. I wonder if I was supposed to go here first. It was listed first. I decided to take the second option first. So I decided that was the more interesting choice. Yeah, no, disposing of them with life drain is going to be the way here. Especially since it hits multiple of them at once with our upgrades. This might be a nice breeze compared to the previous place. Oh, nope, there we go. Now there's the real threats. Well, aside from the fact that I can drain these guys to death as well. Crowbar, a heavy iron bar with the ends pounded flat. Typically used to open crates, boxes, or anything else that needs opening. Go ahead and just filch myself that to open the doors down here, I presume. So maybe I'm meant to use it to open crates. Let's go see if this is how we get through that locked door, because I'm curious. See whether we need a key or if we can just pry the door open with the crowbar. I can see either being the case. Aha! Make short work of the door. Shoddy scale boots, which are extra shoddy because I can't wear them. Slaughtering a thieves guild once again, cause they can't keep their hands out of the pie. And that's why they gotta die. lived, and then you didn't. Real shame. They genuinely can't hurt me as long as I'm life-stealing them. Like, they genuinely do way less damage than the enemies in the previous area did, so I definitely went the wrong way around. Based on how much they're moving my health bar right now, even before we went into Bloodmire Manor, I don't think these guys would have been a threat. Like, the ones that were in that room full of boxes with the dogs, those would have been a threat. These guys? Jokes. Absolute jokes. Like, they straight up do not stand a chance against me. Great ambush they had, except for the fact that I have area effect lifesteal. Shoddy padded gloves. It's also, I would say, an indicator of the order here a bit because of the quality of gear they're dropping too, because they're back to dropping nothing but shoddy stuff like they were in the first area. Oh, we found a key on that guy. Who also wasn't really using a weapon, I might add. Like, you could make the excuse, well, maybe they're trying to not get in as much trouble with the watch or such when they dispose of me, because they could just beat the shit out of me and throw me out of the building. And getting less of a to-do about that. They've already been described as murderers, so I don't really know if they have much of a reason to worry about that. So I guess those that are guarding the warehouse could still pretend not to be connected to that and just be like, we just needed to get this guy out of our warehouse. He came in when he wasn't supposed to. And then keep the valid front in front of the guild hall. But then you have the whole set of guys throwing knives at my face that calls that logic into question too. It's like, well, if you're just gonna beat me up and throw me out, why are you throwing very clearly sharp knives at my face? You guys think you're ninjas? I know what you are. Dead. Oh, I think the other two just ran off. They did their whole little synchronized dance, and then 2 out of 3 of them just ran back around the corner. Then again, only one of them was really doing that much of the moves, so maybe he was into it, and the other ones were like, "Yeah, this guy's a bit of a weirdo. Let's just ditch him and let him get killed." Actually, I had to use a healing potion because I was standing there in the explosive trap. And I also ran out of mana. But, you know. The standing in the explosive trap was more of the issue. One does have to wonder where these thieves guilds get the budget for all of these traps. Like, these guys can't have been in operation for that long, considering the events of Dark Alliance 1 couldn't have happened that long ago, based on the fact that everyone from the previous game is presumably still alive in that dungeon. And I can't imagine they're being treated that well in there. So I would say it's probably been like a couple weeks. And you also have to keep in mind the amount of adventurers arriving thinking they are still coming to fight the threat from the first game. Now, it takes weeks, I'm sure, for information to travel, probably even months in some areas. Outside of, like, using magical means to communicate over distance, which is not super common. So there's that whole communication issue there to use as a means of estimating where your time frame is. But I do stand by the fact that it's probably only been a couple weeks. So for this Thieves Guild to be this established within a couple weeks, they probably were already in the process of establishing before the other one got dismantled. And then as soon as that happened, they took advantage of that and immediately went to prominence. Which would also somewhat match what we were told, where they took advantage of the power vacuum that happened. If they didn't have at least some power already, they wouldn't really have been in a position to take up the slack quite so quickly or as easily as they have. Got him. Never have to chase anything if you got something nice and sharp to throw. Oh, he had a key. That's why he survived a few hits. Oh. Remarkable light mace. Oh, hey. The kidnapping victims, I presume.
Thank you.
You know, all they would have to have done, based on the level of heroic stupid we've already been up till this point, is step back to the cage, put the knife to one of them, and it would have been a lot harder for us to just go through massacring them like I've been doing. Because we probably would have been forced into a dialogue position where I would have to have taken a failing choice. Because again, heroic stupid comes into play at that point. Ignoring the fact that if we, like, surrendered or something in that scenario, all we'd be doing is losing all of the hostages and ourselves, instead of just losing the one that we were going to stab. Which, as you might imagine, not really a winning prospect, which is why it gets filed under heroic stupidity. Because, you know, the whole heroic sacrifice thing sounds great on paper until you realize the ramifications of your decision. Which is fairly frequently hand-waved away or Deus Ex Machina away. So, I'm gonna assume those were shoddy. Yep. We did get a fine leather helmet somewhere along the way here, but it's still not better than our studded one. Even if we make it +1, it'll end up being the same. And I don't think it's worth the added cost at that point to make that do anything. The remarkable light mace could be something, but I'd rather keep the fine long swords at that rate. Because they're both equally upgradable. But the long swords already start out a step ahead. So it would just purely be beneficial to me. outside of cases where I'm fighting, like, skeletons. And if I'm fighting skeletons, I just throw fire arrows at them.
It won't move.
All that walking just to bring me to a locked door. Also, apparently the key ring I picked up, I guess, was only for the jail cells, not for the doors. Well then. Here we go, walking back. Yay! Grand adventures here for us. Walking through an empty building. Yeah. Oh, the excitement. If I just went the other way, we would have been able to go through that door straight off, I guess. Once again, hindsight strikes us. And I'm assuming the other cells where the other hostages are probably all in the other side anyway, so we would have had to go there anyway. Save the game so that if something goes horribly wrong, we don't have to do all of that again. Hippity hoppity, your guild is my property. Doom for you. Doom. Die. So you've chosen the slower death. I understand. There's something metal clang to the ground over here, but apparently...
Seems to be locked.
Maybe they do have knives and you just don't really see them in the animations that well. Yeah, maybe they've got like those little... like finger knives. Like not quite a punch dagger, but like the really tiny ones. Like basically upgraded brass knuckles.
My thanks.
Oh. Convenient. You freed the hostages in this area, but they say there's one more in Argush's hold. You're given a key stolen from one of the captors. How do you all keep filching keys from these people? Are these thieves just that inattentive that someone else can just pickpocket a key off of them? It's like, in the last game, they at least had the excuse that the guy was a former thief himself, so him being able to pickpocket somebody at least was explainable. These were all, like, ladies in fancy dresses and nobles, presumably. How did one of them manage to pickpocket that guy? I mean, I guess distraction methods would be available. But that's a whole other thought process. And you can take your pick on which distraction method I mean. All of them kind of fall into the this is still a viable option in line of thought under a situation like this. Imagine if I broke my legs just jumping down those stairs there. Like I could just catch the last step just wrong and just... Well, my heroic days are done. That's a shame. What happened to the hero of Baldur's Gate? Well, he was frolicking along down the Guildhall hallway and then he just ate shit on the stairs. Really? Really, that's how the hero was defeated, huh? Yep, real shame. He was a bit of an idiot, apparently. He just was hopping along for no reason. That's who we pinned all our hopes on. Huh. My inventory's mostly full. I should probably get rid of it. Besides, the ads are running now, so now's a good time to get my mercantile bits out of the way.
Welcome back. If you need weapons or
those stuck in the ads won't really miss anything. Unless they are that invested in my thought process as to how this stuff is done, which more often than not is not more than, ooh, this make number better. Good. Number or better good thing.
You'll find no other merchant with quality and prices to match mine. I've been supplying brave adventurers for over a decade.
I'm gonna be real with you, Bartley. You're getting all this business because you're the only merchant, not because you're the best merchant. Let's go and grab a moonstone as well, see what that does.
If you need weapons or armor to protect you from someone else's, you've come to the right place.
Speed. +1 to sprint. Sad. How about if I put it on a weapon? +1 combat reflexes. Okay, much better. Sold. Make that one happen. Now we have a +1 fine longsword of speed. We'll also be needing to make sure to rip that gem back out of that sword. We now can't afford the regen in ring idea, but that's fine. +1 combat reflexes on that sword is going to be much more beneficial to us, I think, in the long run. We don't have any more runestones left. We only had the one. And I think I'm going to stop buying runestones, if I'm honest. At least until we get the ability to decrease our costs. Which I can almost certainly get at least one hit of that on our next level. Yeah, because a 15% reduction is already going to be pretty good. And depending on how much the next reduction is, I may get 2 hits of it straight off. Because we're already going to be hitting level 9, which will be 9 points. Honestly, it's a good thing they gave you more point sync abilities like that. Because of the simple fact that you start scaling so, in terms of points, so hard. Now, we ran out of things I actively wanted in the last game reasonably quickly. And I just started grabbing things as filler. Or as experimenting ideas. This one, we have more things I want anyway. But now we also have point sync things like the workshop cost reductions. And yeah, I should be going around talking to everybody to probably pick up a bunch more side quests and such. We're just trying to run through.
Stinking wretch. What were you doing? You were to guard the hostages and not harm them in any way. Was I unclear in my instructions, or perhaps you were purposely trying to anger me? Perhaps I should send you to Mistress Luvia. What do you think of that? Packed up for spare parts, yes? It sickens me to think that any part of your kind might have been used in my making. You're in charge now. Lead the hostages back to your main camp. You Red Fangs can guard the miserable lot for a time. My spies have told me that there may be an attack on the Hands of Glory in an attempt to rescue them.
You're a little late on that.
Someone's here. Men, spread out and kill everyone you find.
He's very well spoken for being assembled in such a manner. He must actually be somewhat intelligent, at least. Then again, I guess he wouldn't have been put in charge of the Thieves Guild if he wasn't at least somewhat intelligent, in addition to probably being suitably powerful. Like, the suitably powerful part we can kind of prove based on the amount of damage he's doing to me. I'm actually gonna need to activate shield. And I died because I hit the wrong button. I activated shield and then accidentally hit him with a fire or arrow when I meant to hit him with more life drain to keep my health up. Because he does like half my health bar a hit. Like, this area was a joke up till this guy. This guy's a legitimate threat. This does mean, though, is we do actually want to take this a little more seriously. Like, don't just rush in. Let's chip this to pieces a bit here. Keep him busy with a skeleton while I clear his friends off. Or the skeleton will teleport to where I don't want him to be. So that's fine. Argesh is on the wrong end of the area still. Oh, there's explosives in here too, as it turns out. Using his men as meat shields definitely works for me as well. Oh, his head popped off. Thank you for having lots of soldiers for me to use as health potions, by the way. Real nice of you. Appreciate that. It is a shame how it's draining my mana to do that, but, you know. Trade-offs and all of that. Oh, my shield also wore off. I should put that back on. Wow, even with shield on, he hits hard. Summon a fresh skeleton to distract him a bit. Especially while I deal with his little friend here. There goes my friend. There you go. Give the skeleton the shield too this time, which I meant to do last. I think the charge attack does a lot more damage, so he just like shredded that skeleton immediately. Yeah, because his basic hits hurt, but not nearly as much as that charge seems to. Ow. Yeah, and I can't drain him through the wall as much as I would like to do that to make this much easier for me. As much as I would like to slice him up, it's a much better idea to have stayed there with the throwing weapons. And there goes Argesh. Searching Argesh's disfigured body, you found a map to the Red Fang's secret base and a small iron key, as well as a bunch of random knickknacks that we will also be taking. Okay, so I guess that's the Hands of Glory taken care of, because Argesh was apparently their leader. They may very well just dissolve into squabbles amongst themselves for who's going to fill the power vacuum. We didn't even gain a level from that. And he didn't drop anything that cool, it seems, either. Yeah, fine leather boots aren't bad, but they're not as good as what we've got. And yep, just shoddy junk. Real shame. Wonder if they were running like a counterfeit ring operation. You've successfully freed all the hostages in the Hands of Glory hideout. You should return to Rendella to report. Hooray. Yeah, that was definitely meant to be your first adventure of the two. Considering the experience gain and the overall rewards. This Grand Staff, though, is probably the best thing we got in here. 3 to 18 is actually nothing to sneeze at. Not worth it to replace the fine longswords, unless I actually had some specialization into long weapons. But still not terrible. Okay, and that doesn't even spit us out of the sewer entrance. It almost looked like it would based on where the stairs were. Let's go ahead and clean up inventory again since our inventory is basically full, and then we'll go report in.
Welcome back, friend. I'm told you made short work of the Hands of Glory. Amazing. You will be quite the local hero soon enough.
As if I'm not already, considering what I've done.
The Hands of Glory are gone. Praise you and Joaquin both.
Can you really say at long last they're gone, considering they've not been around that long? Like, have they been that much of a reign of terror that it feels like it's been forever that they've been around causing problems?
Seeking arms and armor? I have everything you need right here.
These rings and amulets are my best profit maker, considering they're light and usually worth a decent amount. And apparently we can find tons of them. I dealt with your other problem now.
Word of your success traveled quickly, friend. Here, the families of the freed send their warmest regards, along with this. Enjoy your reward. But who was this Argesh, their master?
I guess this does give you a very different context, because I wondered why they were referring to Argesh as the leader of the Hands of Glory based on the information we had in the previous area, because we didn't know that, but we would know that he was because we would have done this first. I think we got more gold from this one than we did from the other one. Because didn't we get like 1,000 or so gold from the manor job, and now we got 4,000 from this one?
I see. Perhaps Argesh served whomever it was that paid Luvia Bloodmire to create him.
Yeah, and that brings the two thoughts together.
Speak to Solace Dunkirk, captain of the city guard. He's somewhere on the streets. I've already spoken well of you to him, so he'll offer a lucrative task. Yes, I recently acquired an interesting map. It should lead to some ruins deep within the woods of Sharpteeth. Ruins likely filled with monsters and treasure. Interested enough to purchase it, adventurer?
Couldn't you give it to me for free for all the shit I've done for you, like saving your life? Or at least discount it for me? Oh. I mean, if that's the highest price you're asking for it, maybe you did discount it. Yeah, I'll give you 500 for it.
Yes, that will do nicely. Here you are, and best of luck.
I don't know if she would have taken a lower offer, but if it's just 500, I'm willing to pay top dollar for the map in case that influences what I get out of it. Yeah, so now I've got a side quest for those ruins as well. Now, I don't know how that works. I don't know if that's, like, actually side content or if that's actually going to be relevant at some point. There's also Durbin's key that we can buy, too. Though, that's still a fairly hefty price relative to the amount of money we're carrying around. His choice was, I think, like 3,000. So we could go lower than that. So I think the lowest was like 1,000. Your stock didn't change, right?
Welcome back. If you need weapons or armor to protect you from someone else's,
Nope, your stock didn't change. And even if I got like this fine short sort of corruption, it's not actually that much better than anything I've got. I would be tempted by this Light Mesa disruption because of dealing with undead, but we, as I've mentioned before, already have fire for that. Even if it's not going to remove them immediately. This does put some workshop work in our wheelhouse, because we can grab a runestone and a moonstone, for example, to... Wait. Why are both of these only fine longswords? What? What happened to my... What happened to my longsword of speed? Did I undo that?
Welcome back. I received new shipments free.
I'm confused.
See something here now. Check back from time to time.
I am concerned that there's a bug that happens here. But I'm gonna upgrade both of them now. And then we're gonna save the... I didn't actually upgrade it this time. Maybe I didn't. No, because it was glowing when it was in my hand. So I know for a fact I did it right the first time. There we go. They're both +1 fine longswords of speed right now. Now, admittedly, we don't have combat reflexes in our list. So I don't even know if this is going to take any real effect upon us. But the fact that we can do that implies to me that that'll be a viable thing for us. Will it be? I don't know. I'll be the first to say I'm not sure. But I'm willing to give it a shot. If we're suddenly swinging way quicker, we know why. And they may not stack, too. That's another thing. Oh, wow, we have access to, like, a whole world map thing. Look at that. Let's go ahead and go to the Wood of Sharp Teeth, because we bought the map for it. We'll have a look at that. It is going to slow our overall progress through the game down a bit, but I'm curious how a purchased dungeon like this works. We do seem to be swinging a little bit faster, and both swords are glowing, so we know that it's working, and currently. I have to have, like, lost it on death or something. Like, when I died, I lost, like, a little bit of progress, because I, like, didn't save after having done that bit of trading. I didn't check to see if I had the glowing sword when I came back to life after dying to Argesh the first time. So it's equally likely that I did my shopping and selling, and then did not save after doing that. Oh, we're seeing shoddy scale here. So it might be worth being here? That's the other question mark, is whether this is going to be scaled at a high enough point where the gear will be worth anything to me here. Like, one could argue that it'll be worth it for the experience, if not the gear. But if it ends up only being beneficial for experience, we'll probably bail out of here before we finish clearing it out entirely. As it stands, they're dropping a decent bit of gold, so it's not useless. It's not super difficult, but they are, like, at my pay grade strength-wise, I would say. Because they are hurting me a fair bit when they get to attack me. Keyword to that being when they get to attack me. A lot of them are losing their heads rather quickly. Fine spear, okay. Not terrible. The shoddy item showing up quickly had me a little worried, though it was shoddy scale. But we did see scale mail in the very first area as well. So there's still nothing giving me a guarantee in either direction particularly. The fact that a decent amount of the things have been fine so far, though, is a positive sign. That gold hadn't settled enough for me to pick it up yet. Where are these roads? Oh. Guess we're gonna have more problems before I get there. Multi-target life drain is, little bit good. Now that we're not dealing with things that are immune to it. Anybody else volunteering to be sucked to your death? No, I'm not gonna rephrase that, it's fine. They won't be alive to tell anybody. Where did that land? There it is. Just a regular bastard sword, okay. Real shame still that I can't use those. Though I am glad that there are some restrictions there, because otherwise I probably would just go for whatever the strongest thing is instead of having much variation. Because even I will fall into that just because of the fact that I need to be able to guarantee getting through this. Like, there's definitely more room to meme around and be silly when you're not flying solo. Shoddy greatsword. I can't say too much about that being shoddy because we hadn't even seen a greatsword till now. So it may just be that it goes bastard sword then greatsword in terms of power. So we just are getting the in-between. I mean, the shoddy one is almost as strong as the plain bastard sword, so maybe that's how that works? I'm not sure. The value is pretty low, though, so it may be that they're roughly equivalent as well. It's hard to be like, yes, this is how this works. 100% this is accurate. If you notice a slight volume change, by the way, I switched my positioning a little bit, so don't worry about it. As long as it hasn't suddenly made me way too low, which is near impossible because I've been further away than this from the microphone in the past without anything changing. Wait. So we're back at the world map. Was this the entire place? Ain't no way. Ain't no way this was the entire place. This was just like a one-room, one-off. No, I think that was all that was here. You know, I see why I paid 500 gold for this now. Because, this was a bit of a nothing. Because we started over here where the birds are all dead. And we went to the world map at the other end, and this will take me to the world map at this end as well. Yeah. Well, that's a shame. Still, nice quick bit of money and almost finished our level. So it'll help, just not as good as I'd hoped.
Welcome back. You will find no other merchant with quality and prices to match mine. I've been supplying brave adventurers for over a decade.
And so far our... Oh, I should have kept those fine... No, it was fine gloves, which we already have. I think. We did get another fine ring, though, so now we can make 2 magic rings.
Prices are always more than fair, friend. What are you looking for?
I wish you had more gemstones for me to use. But we can make our regeneration ring now. There we go, we have a fine ring of blood. Not beating the vampire allegations at this point, if I'm honest. I'm draining life, I have a ring of blood. I think I'm kind of stuck with that now, huh? And I don't think we need to talk about the look right now. The look definitely is very vampire coded.
Ah, well met again. I hope the city has been treating you well.
Okay, so I can't like report that I went through that area.
Speak to Solace.
Yeah, you already told me that. Yeah, I only have 700 now. I was gonna say we could buy the key, but with only 700 left, we can't really offer him a reasonable rate. You still gonna be pissy if I try to talk to you? Yep, we just reset the dialogue there. We're not dealing with that. I'm assuming if she ever has something relevant to say, she'll say it outright. I wonder if there'd be a different interaction if we were playing as the other Dark Elf. It's entirely possible. Though, from what I recall, they fairly frequently aren't big fans of their own either. So... Now, she said that the captain of the watch is wandering around out here somewhere. If I were a captain of the watch, where would I be if I'm not just in the inn, drinking all of the frustration away of being the captain of the watch in a city like this? I presume he'll be over here somewhere. Give this section over here purpose. I'm gonna stop hopping around now, even though it is slightly faster. I'm getting very tired of hearing hop, 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 hop constantly. It could be in Umdul's manor, though I would assume not, because we wouldn't be told he was on the street if he was not in fact on the street. Maybe he's back up this way. Nope. Doesn't look like it. Because there's Bloodmire Manor. He may, in fact, not be on the street anywhere. We may have been lied to. He's also not in the alcove that the trader's in, which was another logical choice. Maybe he's in this other indent that I just didn't spot him in. Yep, there he is.
Greetings. I asked Rundala to send strong, reliable adventurers my way. She spoke highly of you. As you may know, the city has been troubled by the Red Fang marauders, whose main base we cannot find.
Well, very lucky for you that I just so happen to have a map to their base.
Could I see that? Yes. This map indicates the exact location of the Red Fang's main camp in the Cloak Wood. Rundala said you can handle the worst. What say I hire you on to take the Red Fangs out?
Are you gonna send me any of the guard? Like, I don't think they'd be useful, but some meat shields would be nice. I am just a necromancer. I can only summon the one skeleton. He's not great. I could use some bodies to put between me and things that want me dead.
No, that's no good. The forest is dense. Any sizable force would make such a racket that the Red Fangs could easily slip away, or lay in wait with devastating ambushes. No, a small group would be best.
Now, I don't disagree with the logic there, but I still think a couple of guardsmen would be fine. Even though they'll probably be clattering around in armor. One second. Okay.
Here. See? Move down the shore and approach from the eastern side. You'll have to traverse steep cliffs, but they won't be expecting an attack from there. Resistance should be light. Good luck, and may Helm guard your path.
At least he gives me a decent bit of advice. That's the only thing he gave me. But, you know. Like, if that was all I was gonna get by reporting into him, I could have just went off and done this without having discussed it with him. Though, that would have also meant we didn't get hired to do it, so that would have impacted our getting paid for doing this, so... you know. And as an adventurer, I am definitely pay motivated. Yep, they got wolf riders now. You and your wolf die together. No. The wolf dies out from under you. And then you continue fighting. Upsetting. Okay, 8 points to spend. I was thinking I was gonna get 9 points, wasn't I? But I guess it's... I completed level 8, therefore I get 8 points. And I'll be level 9 when I spend these points. It might be worth getting armor proficiency 2, so I can equip scale and chain. Though we've not been in too big a problem for taking damage anymore outside of bosses. Bosses have really been the only thing that do threatening amounts of damage to me. And I did say I was going to get some enchant item. So we'll cut our cost by 30%. That should be pretty good. And then we will... I'm not really going to upgrade Life Drain further right now because that gets too expensive. Okay, it's 6 armor class and 10% absorb right now. Could be worth my while to upgrade shield then. I can't get the next level of Empower. I could get another hit of Clarity. Make it 20% less cost instead of 10%. But we're kind of doing okay with that right now, so I think an upgrade for the shield is a good idea. Because we are kind of relying on that some of the time. So if I make the shield really powerful, I then won't need to worry as much about things. I could go for 30% absorb. I think the 20% and 7 armor is going to be fine for the moment, though. I still don't want to commit to a weapon focus yet, because we keep changing weapons too much. Gold, I don't think I have any reason to get, because that's going to be yet more spells to cycle to. I do think a couple levels of Fortitude will help us, because that'll mean, combined with the ring, we're getting 6 hit points a minute. And that should be pretty good for keeping us stable whenever I'm not able to actively drain an enemy. Means we really aren't going to be fully committing to the glass cannon caster life, but we weren't really going to be able to do that by ourselves anyway. Apparently I'm draining something off screen too, because I saw the puffs happening up here. Or no, I guess the graphic was just freaking out. Yeah, I think the riders freak out the drain life animation a little bit. Remarkable staff, huh? Okay. If I was going to keep a staff, I would have kept the grand staff, but I'll take good money. Can't squeeze through there, huh? I can steal his soul from here, though, so we got that going for us. Just point a camera at him and steal his soul. Ah.
Have the energy required.
We really do have enough of an energy meter at this point to just drain an entire squad, apparently. So that's good. It's getting easier to use that. Like, our mana value is building up into our costs. So based on the fact that we still ended up draining our meter entirely, maybe I should have invested in more clarity. Oh well. There's always next level. Honestly, I wouldn't mind investing in some clarity in general, if I'm honest. Clarity of purpose, clarity of direction, any of those would be nice. Maybe some clarity as to why things happen the way they do. So that I have some clarity on, and as far as some of the things. And yes, I know I took that in a very different direction than it was intended, but, well, this is what happens when my mind starts wandering, because all I'm doing is stabbing things. I have some of my deepest thoughts while I'm playing mindless things. Because the mind is free to do as it sees fit, which is a blessing and a curse, as you might imagine. Now and then, it very much is a curse. I can see why they wouldn't have expected somebody to attack them from here, considering all the random rocks and nonsense I've been having to hop over to get anywhere. But for all that resistance was supposed to be light here, I would be very concerned to think about where resistance would be heavy with the amount of things we've had to kill by ourselves here. Not that they've been a problem to get rid of, but you get my point. Like, we've taken out a small army already on our way through here. I guess where resistance isn't light would have just been a not-so-small army. Gotta say, this really does feel like more than just a simple band of marauders as well. This really seems like an entire goblin tribe instead of just a handful of marauders. So I guess maybe that might be the name of the goblin clan as well, as just the Red Fang Marauders. Nothing saying they can't be the same thing. More shoddy scale. This is the other reason why I didn't just foot the bill on getting the upgrade for our armor proficiency yet, is we haven't seen non-shoddy scale yet. And shoddy scale is not better than what we're wearing, so there'd be no point in investing the points yet. Based on the slower pace we're going through this, though, I don't know if we're gonna get through this in 12 hours like we did the last game. Because by now, with the last game, we were through Act 1 already. Then again, didn't Act 1 thing pop up for this game? I don't even remember at this point whether there was an Act label at all or not. There may not be clear-cut acts to this one. But I would also be entirely willing to believe that completing this dungeon is the end of, like, Act 1. A dead rust monster. That's a rust monster, a normally harmless creature whose lightest touch destroys ferrous metal. The raiders may have another one trapped within, so it might be wise to unequip any metal weapons or armor. The rust monster won't attack unless it smells iron to rust and eat. Well then. There's the rust monster I mentioned. Giving me another good reason that I did not wear any scale mail. Hey, bud. See, he's chill because I don't have anything for him to eat. I'm gonna kill him anyway, because I hate rust monsters. That's also a decent-sized rust monster. So maybe I just pictured them incorrectly, because I always pictured them smaller than this. See how much damage that thing took to get rid of? Imagine fighting that while it's rusting away everything you own. And you'll understand why those are a problem. I don't know if they've got more of them, so I'm gonna not put my gear back on yet. Yep. Yep. I feel like I've proven my point, though, by killing one of them. I don't feel like killing the other one. With how much that took to kill, I just can't be bothered. So I don't think it was worth any real significant amount of experience or anything. Man, oh man, though. Imagine if we were like a melee-only character and we didn't have... Like, we weren't the monks, so we didn't have hand-to-hand either. We'd have to, like, pick up a club or a staff or something to deal with a rust monster, which would be unfortunate. Like, obviously you could try to punch it as well, or just hope you can put your gear back on when you get to the other side of the rust monster, which, like, out here I'm sure putting our weapons back on is probably fine. So I would assume the rust monster was only in that cave. It is interesting, though, that they have a rust monster. Multiple rust monsters, in fact. Wonder where they got that from. Down, one to go. The guy up there, notwithstanding, I'm not counting him right now. He's not in the current combat. He's kind of oblivious. There we go. We got this guy over here that was trying his best to shoot me. And yet the guy right above me that was right here just didn't even bother to try to help these two. Maybe he just didn't like them. Maybe they talked bad about him because he didn't have wolf. Maybe they were just kind of like shit goblins, I don't know. Either way, they're all dead now. So no matter what their past was, they don't have a future. Then again, can't really say a band of marauders have much of a future. Something like what's happening here usually happens to them before they reach old age or anything. I guess that's a whole other question, huh? Is what would old age for a goblin even be? Yeah. More often than not, if you see goblins, they're usually not living long. They usually find some way to get themselves in trouble enough that they get killed. We got a couple big guys again. I say again, I think this would have been the first time you'd encounter these guys if you didn't go to the bonus area. 'Cause I don't think we saw them anywhere else before now. Also, I bothered to spend the points upgrading shield, and then I just am not even using it. Admittedly, I don't think we've even needed to cast it. Considering I shield myself just fine by stealing more health than they can do in damage. So I guess maybe Bloodmire wasn't that much more dangerous than the other places. It just is a matter of they resisted my main attack, therefore it was more dangerous for me specifically. It may even be that the thieves are more dangerous for a different character. Though who would be more in danger from them is beyond me. Because the rogue would have the damage output to put them down just as well as we were. Or not to mention, probably just as good armor, if not better, to keep them from doing any real damage to them. And the cleric obviously would have better armor. The barbarian as well, and then there's the monk who would probably just be punching them and they would be dying, and that would be the end of that. So yeah, realistically the necromancer should have been the most vulnerable one when you go into a thieves guild. Jokes about raising the dead and the power of friendship and everything aside, by the way, if there was a more standard wizard, I probably would have taken them instead of the necromancer, just to have more spell options. But obviously, for the purposes of the joke, I had to be a necromancer. Oh, a little too greedy. It was as soon as I start getting staggered, the whole drain life thing stops being anywhere near as effective. It's kind of like throwing a rock at a wizard to spoil their concentration. Just like, you know, things become way less effective when you do things like that, huh? Not a fine amulet, unfortunately. If it was a fine amulet, we'd be able to turn that into a magic one. Regular amulet, more profitable. Useless, though. Completely useless. Another remarkable staff. I don't know what that was that just went flying by real close to the camera there, but that was certainly something. I don't know. I assume somebody else saw it, because I know it was real. I assume it was either like a monster part or an arrow. It was something brown and fairly small that just went flying by up towards where our portrait is. Kind of like that arrow did right there. That flew by real high. It was bigger than that. Maybe I'm just imagining things again. It might have been one of these heads, too. A head could have gotten thrown real high. Because it was as I was disposing of a bunch of those guys, so it may have, like, physicsed and launched upward. Hey, Callista, how goes? Just still chopping away and using the power of necromancy for the good of all. Stealing the lives of my enemies so that I may save the lives of others. As I'm the good guy.
I don't have the energy required.
You know, I may or may not have threatened at least one village because they weren't going to pay me well enough, and I've definitely told off at least one caravaner because I didn't expect to get paid well enough to be satisfied there either. But I'm still the hero. It's fine. We've probably also caused uncountable amounts of random damage in town in the process of clearing out the things we did clear out. But it's fine. Oh, now I'm starting to get recall potions. Okay. Oh, what a difference a little bit more power makes. I guess it was just some leaves. I thought for a moment like a barrel had started getting lit up and ready to blow up. Oh, I guess that's just a pile of mess, huh? 'Cause I see bones in there, and it really does look like meat. Just in a full of this mess pile. I remember when these goblin shaman were just like a huge threat to me, and I had trouble just getting past one of them. And now, well, this one's actually putting up a bit of a fight. The last one was just stun locked to death. So I retract my smartassery for a moment. You know, even if I keep trading hits like that with this one, he can't win, because every time we trade hits, I heal. And he doesn't. Fine great axe. That'd be great if I could swing it, but I can't. Wait. Oh. So this was an entire dead end over here. Where do I go then? I thought this was the only available path. No, there's a path the other way. Okay. I thought there was only a two-way split path here, but I guess it was a three-way. I probably thought it was up where I just was and then down here, but since the other one branched immediately, my brain wired wrong for it. That would make sense. Why is that one glowing yellow? I guess it's some kind of empowerment that they're doing? Question mark? It's not really helping them.
Not have the energy required.
Oh yeah, there's a shaman. He must have been empowering them in some way. You and your damn poison clouds. That's the thing they do that's really an issue at all. Everything else really isn't that big a deal, well, at this point. But poison's still a problem. Which makes sense. We don't exactly have, you know, the greatest constitution as a necromancer. You know, ignoring some settings where necromancers are actually kind of like off tanks almost. Though I suppose the key word there is almost. Yeah, we'll probably clear this area out, give or take, and then we might wrap up for the day. I am getting tired. I'm anticipating that this area is going to take a bit to get through, considering what we've gone through here so far. But if it goes too fast, obviously, I will do more afterward. I'm trying to make sure we're in a decent position for next time, which will likely be tomorrow, but if I do end up thinking that it'll take 3 sessions, I may just split it further. We'll see. Because I would ideally like to just do this today, tomorrow would be done. So we can move on to other things, even though this is obviously a good time. There's just only so much longevity to this, I think. And there's also so many games to get to and so much time, you know? kind of funny in some ways how this area is actually less interesting than the last two were. And I think it's just because we're fighting goblins again, which is the first thing we fought in the game. Like, sure, they're doing the "but they're stronger now" thing, which makes them relevant. But it is always unfortunate when you end up refighting something. Shoddy amulet, sad. Grand dagger, though. Okay, okay. I am interested. 3 to 12, the same as the long swords. Or at least same as the long swords were before I made them better. So there's potential here in this little dagger. That fine crossbow is actually nothing to sneeze at as well. Whole 9 to 18. It will be slower to fire, I'm sure, than my throwing knives by far. It is interesting that we can use a crossbow, but we can't use a short bow. It makes a degree of sense because, you know, a crossbow, aside from cranking it like we've talked about before, is just point and shoot. But within a certain amount of reason. Onward. Ha, there was one more chest. I was wondering if there was going to be like a continuing path or if that cave was optional, is why I came over this way, as usual. And it proves that that cave is not in fact optional. That cave is required. Question is there going to be more rust monsters in that cave? At the very least, that's the question I'm the most concerned about. Yeah, it is their base. Game. Let's test something right. Just wanted to make sure. Just had a moment of doubt for a split second there, so I wanted to make sure. Of course, you know, checking things 5 hours in, clearly a great idea, but it's never too late to check on things. Of course, one could argue it's never too early to check on things as well. Okay, we're getting goblins that are a little bit more advanced in magic. They're throwing fireballs and freezing bolts. And I only just now remembered that I can just jump over shots. And I don't think we need to talk about the fact that that goblin just walked off the bridge. We just don't need to talk about that, it's fine. Give me all your health, and you'll give me all your wealth. Nothing left for you, everything for me. You're lucky I'm running low on magic, or you'd be dead already. Actually, you know, maybe he's not lucky that I ran out of magic. Because it would be quicker. But we've now got 2 grand daggers. I would presume, or was that a superior dagger? Because they're both yellow. Nope, 2 grand daggers. So if I hadn't already upgraded the long swords, I probably would use those because they'd be faster. And arguably better suited to a caster to use daggers than to use long swords in each hand. Because let's be real, that has to take a decent bit of strength to swing swords that are like about as long as we are tall in each hand. That's not easy. Take a second to scratch my ear and suddenly I'm standing in a poison cloud. I was scratching my ear with my moving hand. Yeah, he was healing these two is the only reason they're still alive. There we go. We're getting low on rejuvenation potions, and it'd be very nice if the game would start giving me the better ones. Of both, honestly. Not even just of the healing potions, like both potions. It is interesting seeing them fly apart the same way they would for getting hit physically when I'm draining their life with magic. Huh. It's showing a path here. That's clearly a lie. Suspicious. Oh boy. These things exist here, huh? Thanks, I hate it. I don't remember what these things are called, but I wish I just didn't even see it. This is something I use shield for. Welcome back from the ads in time to see this nightmare-ish thing on screen. And I would apologize for you having to see it, but, well, I have to too, so... Suffer. Great. There's a second one. Just immediately a second one of them. Which means we're probably gonna be dealing with a fair few of them. Which doesn't that just make us both oh so happy? I'm sure he's happy to have to deal with me, and I'm clearly oh so overjoyed to have to deal with him. Oh, shield's down. Yeah, these things would shred me if I didn't have the shield spell, very clearly. Especially based on the fact that they are tearing me apart, even with it. We are definitely only alive by virtue of the fact that I, A, have the shield spell, B, I upgraded it. So I've conveniently made the right choice there. Money, 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 money. Boing. Magic must defeat magic. He just keeps getting a chance to point at me and then he dies. Let's get rid of this guy and then I will save and we will carry on. I just wanted to get rid of the nearby enemies so I don't have to worry about loading straight into them. In case I get distracted when I load back in at any point, which has totally never happened at all. Oh, now I have to jump and fight goblins. Oh no! And there's a trio of shaman waiting for me here. It'd be a real shame if somebody stole their souls. Oh wow, all of this for 3 treasure chests. Flawless padded boots. And remarkable padded boots. Hooray for redundancy and useless garbage. Like, you could have just given me, like, 2 pairs of like, I don't know, studded leather and I would be happier. Probably. Because even at flawless, they are 1 armor. Hooray! Why? Is there even a difference between flawless, remarkable, and the rest of that? I'm going to assume they're a percentage increase each, probably. And when the numbers are this low, it probably doesn't matter. Maybe later it'll matter more. That something's like flawless or remarkable or fine. I don't know. We did find a remarkable ring, though, so that'll be nice. Like, maybe it's an amplifier for upgrading them. Like, maybe it's not an amplifier for the item value itself, it's just the higher the item is, the better the stuff you can put in it, or more of it, or enhances the numbers on it. I don't know. You got options for what that could potentially mean. As much as I relate on the not enough energy thing, I need you to do more right here, bud. We got a bit more to go before we can rest. Because unfortunately, even though we're stealing their life, we're not really stealing their energy, clearly. If, like, the max upgrade for life drain was that you get mana and health, that would be the most busted thing, I think. Because you basically could just then endlessly cast it. Now, well, let's go ahead and recall and drop stuff then.
Is it true that you're going after the Red Fangs? Best of luck, friend. They've been a thorn in the city's side for too long.
Yeah, they'll be dealt with before long.
New shipments frequently. So, if you don't see something here now, check back from time to time.
See, the problem with, like, I don't have what you need right now, check back later, is I'm going into life or death battle on the regular, my dude. If you don't have what I need when I'm here, I probably ain't gonna be able to come back for it.
What are you looking for?
Because I'll be dead. The remarkable leather helmet might actually be worth it because upgraded it would match the studded leather helmet for armor value. Ditto with the fine leather gloves. So no, we have fine studded leather gloves, so there's no point in keeping that because these can upgrade. The regular studded leather can't.
Seeking arms and armor? I have everything you need right here.
But at the same time, I don't think it would be worth worrying about that right now. So I'm not intending on staying within only studded and regular leather. I do intend to get armor proficiency up enough to get at least to scale. I want to see how strong the grand daggers get when upgraded. They go to 6 to 15. So they actually become stronger than the long swords. So I think there is a sense of scaling to the modifiers then. They only become 1 stronger. But putting a runestone in those isn't that expensive.
I've been supplying brave adventurers for over a decade.
But I wouldn't really want to put a ruby in them. It would probably be more moonstones, make them speed me up just like the longswords have. Let's see if that has an impact on the overall result here. Obviously, it will impact the price.
My shop
Okay, it doesn't make them hit harder at all. It just impacts the price a decent bit. That's still fairly affordable, though. So I think it might be worth my while to upgrade both my grand daggers and replace the long swords then. Which is fine, because what we can do is break down the long swords so as not to... Oh, I don't get the rune stones back. I only get the gems. Yikes. But that's fine. The gems are the more expensive part in most cases. I did not mean to do that. I'm assuming, though, I could probably, like, chuck multiple rune stones on something to make it, like, +2 or 3, etc. Oh, interesting. I broke his dialogue. He's just flapping in his gums and not accomplishing anything. There we go. Instead of a pair of long swords, we now have a pair of knives. I am a little sad that it changed the model on them away from the gold curved knives to these, like, slightly more boring straight knives. But I do think they suit us better, and they'll be more effective overall.
If you need weapons or armor to protect you from someone else's...
I do think we will go ahead and upgrade our chest armor a bit here, though, because... well, we've been wearing this for a while. Speed is not really what I need, though. And then again, it's just of battle, which gives shield expert, which we can't use, really. Oh! I did not even consider that I could have put 2 gems on here. I should have considered that a long time ago, because my weapons could have been even better. And it makes sense, because that's how you get both the affixes. Wait. Oh, I could have just put it in that slot as well. But that turns it back into an of battle. Okay. So if I put that in there, and then the other one there... okay, it's just the combination of the two makes it dervishes. Okay. So it still does the shield expert thing. I did not mean to make it, which works out because I couldn't afford it. Okay. Can I do that for rings as well, then? I sure can. Interesting. I have learned dangerous things here this day. Kind of want to break one of the knives back down and rebuild it. It's gonna waste some money and the runestone. Yeah, let's not do that yet, then. Let's not toy with that any further at the moment. What that tells me, though, is I could definitely make much more powerful gear than I have been. That's not that much faster. It's a little bit faster. T. Aw. He lived. That's not how that's supposed to work. He's supposed to go explode. So this is the other catch to the changing weapon thing, is we're not really using the weapons in here that much. We're just kind of obliterating them with the power of my mind. There's all kinds of, like, side paths supposedly here. Like this one right over here. That doesn't go anywhere. But apparently I missed an exit somewhere because we've looped around and accomplished nothing. I'm gonna head back this way, back to where the save point over here was, because I presume that's where I went awry. Back where all the jumping and such was. Because maybe the skinny path over here is correct? Except how do you even... Huh? Is there a hidden wall, or is there like an invisible floor? Well, there's a save point, so you know what? Let's learn something here today, shall we? Really, we're gonna learn a couple things here. I'm roughly aligned with it. Hiya! So yeah, you still die. And I don't think there's a path there. I think that's just the map being weird. Okay, and our knives are still glowing grand daggers of speed. That was something I was worried about, was whether there was something like failing to save correctly, which is why we'd lost the long sword of speed we had earlier. But I think that might have just been bad management on my part. I don't think it was actually a glitch at all. Can't guarantee anything either way on that one, though. Yeah, over here must be the way, then. Yeah, especially with all these enemies that can block now, it definitely seems like it's the best choice to have a magic option that they can't block. Because even the flame arrows, they can block. They just can't block life drain. Of course, enemies that can't block the weapons work just fine for. It's also incredible just how fast I can burn through all my money in this game because of the workshop. Even though we have 35% off our workshop prices. So imagine how much those would cost without that. We'd be spending an arm and a leg constantly in order to be able to afford or to do anything. I would have to be a lot more selective with my upgrading. Dang it. I thought I pushed him far enough back onto there still. The answer to that was no, I didn't. Up, down the hole we go to the Red Queen's lair. Oh wow, just...
Boss! This is the one what I told you about!
No words, huh? Just making angry fist gestures at me. I am poisoned immediately, which is not great. You apparently are vulnerable to having your life drained, so that's good. She can be healed by her shamans, though, so they need to go. What's with the slow-mo? Oh, whenever she does her slam, it slow-mos. Okay. So I'm assuming I'm intended to jump over that, which is why it's slow-mos, but whenever she's out of sight, I still can't judge that, so it's a little bit of a crapshoot there. Calling in the skeleton was a good idea, though, because it kept her very occupied for a bit. I really need these shaman dealt with, though. Oh, I can't... Fuck. The slowdown on that is actually, like, really, really harsh, too. Okay, now even if you jump, you get hit by that, so I don't know what the fuck's going on there. There we go. Keep them in range of the fire traps. Maybe I just take less damage by jumping over it? Either that or I'm still timing it wrong, which is not impossible. Red Queen's pretty dangerous. Gotta give her credit where credit's due. She is powerful. Not powerful enough to defeat my shenanigans, but very powerful. Oh, and just melted away. Oh, that's why. The Red Queen vanishes. Wounded, the Red Queen disappears. You hear the sound of grinding stone. And the not deactivating of the traps, apparently. Imagine just dying to those after having won that fight. All because you want the treasure. Couldn't be me. Would have been me. Couldn't be me, though. Especially since you have to get past them to get through there, too. Which is mean. We didn't get anything that cool, either, because that's the moonstone I picked out of our item. Not a new one. A bloody footprint. A bloody footprint can be seen on the ground here. The Red Queen must have fled down this secret passage. Pursue her and put an end to the Ringed Fang marauders. So you're saying I have to fight her twice? Or is this one of those I have to pursue her real far? Like we have to fight her in a whole new area. Hate that. Just keep hopping, just keep hopping. No point in stopping. Otherwise you'll get the chopping. Wow, they just really don't want me following. Which, you know what? I can respect that. But unfortunately, no matter how much I respect that idea, I'm going to have to respectfully disagree and continue following. Just in case we're gonna have to fight her again right now, though, I am gonna go buy more potions. Because we have no mana potions at all on our hand right now. And I get the feeling that would end badly. Considering the main reason we even won that fight is because I was able to life drain her.
Back, friend. Seeking arms and armor? I have everything you need right here.
We admittedly didn't pick that much up yet, but it's enough to be able to afford some potions. And if I don't have enough of one or the other, I can always convert them. Back we go. We haven't found any proper hidden walls, really, so far, either. So I'm pretty sure those hidden bookcases we found, one, weren't that hidden, and two, I'm pretty sure were required, considering one of them had a harpsichord page. I guess the resources are just that spent now, huh? That all they've got to defend the secret passage is rats. Oh, and bats. They had bats before. And traps. Still got more traps. Which maybe that's part of it, is the rats are low enough to the ground that they go under the traps. And the bats can fly over them. You know, and the fact that bats and rats would be definitely more expendable to lose to your own traps, I guess. Yeah, I saw that one that time. Might be able to jump to that ledge there, but I'm not interested enough to try that. On the bright side, for me in particular, these rats are a great way of getting my health back if the traps hit me. So, you know, thanks for giving me food on my trip through here, I guess. Ow. traps don't hurt that much, thankfully, as long as you don't just sit and soak in the blade. Which, that's a sentence. Best not to dwell on it too much. Now, having passed the trap gauntlet, Firewind Cellar. Aw. Alright.
Mistress, the base has been penetrated. The Red Fangs are scattered. Impossible. By whom? Adventurers, my lady, from Baldur's Gate. They somehow found the camp and assaulted it directly. But you defeated them? No, mistress. I was forced to flee. They followed me into the passage.
They what? You worthless thing!
I should have had Luria make me another brute, like Argish, to think of the expense of having you created in my image, only to see you fail me.
Mistress, please, I won't disappoint you again.
You're right about that, because I don't think you're gonna live to disappoint her again.
You won't.
Well, guess I don't have to fight the Red Queen again. Hooray! The fact that she just got thrown down like a rag doll, though, mildly concerning. Considering we kind of had to struggle with that fight a little bit. Makes me really think she might be pretty powerful. Or she has cutscene power, in which case it won't be as big a problem. I mean, she is just walking around in a dress. Maybe that's not so bad. Maybe she's just got a really big budget. I, for some reason, didn't realize there was this thing in the middle here. I went to walk around to hit the barrels and then realized it was in the way. Boing, boing. I see. They've got some kind of either power-up or haste or something that they do. Because you notice they suddenly have a purple trail on that halberd part of the way through the fight with them. Boingy, 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 I saw treasure. Oh boy. Hello, boys. Goodbye, boys. Your life will go to a better place. Me. Na-na-na-na. Just to play an amulet again. God damn it. They keep getting my hopes up when I see the amulet in the air. I'm like, ooh, thing. Sadness. Every time. Just lands and promptly disappoints me. Well, no, I tell a lie. Sometimes it disappoints me before it finishes landing because I see the prompt before it hits the ground. I gotta say, this area is more involved than a lot of the other places have been. Because you gotta think, we climbed the whole mountain to get to the cave, then we had to go through, what, 2 areas of the cave, now we went through the secret passageway, and now we're in the basement of what I presume is a castle. And I have to assume we're gonna also be assaulting said castle now. Because we're kind of committed here, we're in the basement. Not like we're getting out without fighting our way out. Especially since they know we're here already. Like, we could very clearly stealthily fight our way out, like clear only the ones we need to get out of here, but I get the feeling we're not going to be getting out of here. We're going to be, you know, clearing the place out. As we do. So I guess there were 2 loose stones, because I thought I pulled one on the right-hand side there. Or first. Oh, wait. I must miss a chest. Leave no loot behind. I was half expecting when I said that for my inventory to suddenly be full enough that I couldn't pick it up. I was gonna be very upset. Pork, pork, pork. Pork, pork. This is much more efficient if I just gather them around. This way they can die together. It's better this way. Ow. Wow, that's a lot of arrow traps. Yikes. You know, I wasn't really thinking that there was an odd amount of traps missing at this point, but having them appear now, it does seem odd by comparison that there wasn't any other traps after the secret passage. You would think their cellar would be trapped a bit too, considering it's full of guards. But then again, it being full of guards also might be exactly why it's not filled with traps. They wouldn't want to have to be replacing guards constantly and resetting the traps every time a guard trips over a trap. It's much easier to just say, hey, whoever goes in that room full of arrow traps, yeah, you're not getting paid because you'll be dead. And your arrow-ridden corpse will be taken out of your pay. Going to your next of kin, of course, if you have any. Fine, throwing axes, potions. Somewhere a door opened. Good. Now, if only I knew where. Probably over here. So we didn't see any closed doors on our way here, so presumably somewhere down this path a door opened. Probably this one? No, that door needed to be opened. It also apparently needed to clip into the wall, so, that's something. Oh boy. You know, I don't know why I was suddenly so startled and concerned about this. These guys aren't that threatening. I admittedly probably should have cast shield before I jumped up here. That would have been smarter than just jumping into a bunch of angry, I guess, orcs with crossbows? Maybe like half ogres? Got options on that one. All I know is that was more concerning than I gave it initial credit for being. We did, however, pick up a remarkable throwing dagger out of that, so that's better than our fine throwing dagger. Just throw a big, sharp triangle at people. Ooh, and we're getting regular healing potions now, so we must be making progress. We're getting to the good stuff now. Yeah, even though it said that these games were the same length, I was doubting that to begin with, and I'm pretty confident that's the case, considering it's taken us a full session to get upgraded potions. Though I don't remember exactly when we found the better healing potions in the last game. Whoop, goodbye! Wait, we're already in the cellar. Where are we? Oh. Dungeons. Dungeons would be below a cellar. Yeah. Lady Arogazia Firewind, the true power behind the Red Fang Marauders, has dropped you into the dungeons beneath her manor. You must escape and confront her to complete your quest. Hooray! We're in prison. A prison that has random levers that open thing. Oh, that's undead. Oh boy. That's undead that hurt a lot. I'm in danger. Especially considering apparently my fire damage is not that effective either, because I'm assuming since my weapons and my magic both have red numbers, I'm going to assume that means both of those are ineffective damage. Which, you know, in hindsight, burning bone, probably not that effective. And we did not find any decent blunt weapons. Best we got's a 2 to 3 club, which I may as well just keep on stabbing them with my knives at that rate. Well then. Hey man, you seem to be stuck in here. Let me help you with that. Like, eventually we kill them. It's just, not fast, and they definitely hit real hard. Hey, Morning Star, that'll help. Is it's similar base damage and it's blunt damage, so it'll definitely do a better job. Because unfortunately our knives being +1 is not magical enough to bypass the resistance. Not this time. I think they weren't actually following through on resistance enough in the previous game for it to matter. But now we're doing gray numbers instead of red, so that's fine. That's at least doing actual damage. Though a wise man would see if he could recall out and get another blunt weapon. Potentially a stronger one. Because this would be a great situation for like a high-end staff or something. Can I even recall in here? I can. Wait. What's the point of putting me in the dungeons if I can just teleport away? Bit of a flaw in that plan, huh? Don't sell the Grand Dagger, sell everything around it.
I've been supplying brave adventurers for over a decade.
Shoddy Iron Shield is useless. Regular amulet is useless. What do you got in the realm of clobbering something? You know, that fine light mace of disruption I was looking at before is now suddenly looking really good. Give. Honestly, I think I'll put that on as the primary so the disruption weapon hits first. I don't know if that matters, but it's probably a good idea. Let's go ahead and save again so that I don't get too confused. Oh, man alive, it's taken us a lot to get out of here. Of course, now is when I'm not gonna see another skeleton, huh? I'm gonna have bought this mace for nothing. I'm sure that's not gonna be true, but... yeah, see, there we go. There's the skeletons again immediately. See, these skeletons have armor. Why can't my skeleton have armor? Why is my skeleton such an underperformer? Goddamn worthless, underachieving ass skeleton. also can't help but notice we're doing much less damage, so I think swapping hands might actually be in order here. Yeah, that does seem to be a little more effective. Hopefully dealing damage at all with the Disruption Mace counts. So we're kind of just like vaguely slapping them across the face with it, just And yeah, they still get deleted, so works well enough for me. Good enough for me. That feels like something that's gonna shoot fireballs. Yep, there it is. Ooh! So I knew the triple fireball was going to be dangerous. Taking 2 fireballs from it was enough to put me to, like, 1 hit point. So, really glad that I did not take all 3 hits. Or we would have just died straight up. And that would have been very inconvenient. Doesn't matter that this is less effective. It's less painful. You know, if I did any editing around the time when I ran into these skeletons and realized my fire damage was not effective, would be the perfect time to cut back to when I said, oh, don't worry. I don't need to worry about having a blunt weapon on hand. I have fire damage. Yeah. Yeah. And the immediate hindsight of, oh yeah, fire is not really a big problem for bone. You gotta get to a really high temperature to make bone go away in fire. Right. Problem. Ow. I'm waiting for one of these chests to blow up at this point. I genuinely expect it. So was that armor any good? Nope, it was shoddy. Sad. And a remarkable short sword's all well and good, except for the fact that that's not gonna help against the skeletons. Like this one right here. Like this fucking guy right here. I'm just thinking, if I had stuck with one of my original thoughts, which was just upgrading the hell out of a staff to commit to the caster side of things a bit more, we would have had the perfect weapon for dealing with these jerks. Wouldn't have been as powerful, potentially, because the Morning Star definitely would have higher damage than that. But it would still be the correct damage type, and if I upgraded it a bunch, like, say, the Grand Staff we had found before, for example, it probably would actually be doing pretty well. But no, I had to go with the fun and dual longsword idea. Which, in my defense, it was a fun idea. This guy's still fucking shooting me, even though there's a skeleton in his face. There we go. Wow, they just have no interest in the skeleton I summoned. It's like, no, you're a fellow skeleton. We will rattle this living one first, and then we'll deal with you. The sad thing is, I can only tell which one of these skeletons is my skeleton because he's not wearing any goddamn armor. Well, and whenever shield's active, I see the shield on him too, but Still. And if you think I'm still gonna be mad about that for a while, you'd be correct. This is stupid. Go in here, funnel them. This way they can't swarm me. And most of them can't shoot me either. In fact, apparently standing in this doorway has kind of broken their brains entirely. This archer in front of me just doesn't want to do anything now. I need to move out though so my skeleton can actually do something. He was just kind of standing there, I think, getting confused too. Superior leather boots, not good enough. Shield wore off, cast it again. Man, she's gonna be in for such a shock when I come crawling out of the dungeons down here, huh? Just really annoyed, not even significantly harmed. This, I assume, would be where the guards for or whoever's in the dungeon would sleep. Because you would, of course, want a guard sleeping down here. So that if they make enough of a racket on their way out, they would wake up. But at the same time, it would make more sense to have a day shift and a night shift down here. But then again, maybe they do exactly that and day shift sleeps down here while night shift is on guard in like the next room over or something. This way they don't have to wait for the other guard to show up. And I definitely wasted my summon skeleton, in case anybody was wondering about that. I summoned him and then promptly unsummoned him and resummoned him, trying to get him somewhere I could actually tell he was there. And I can't recast shield because it's currently active on me. So he's SOL as far as the shield goes. I just spawn you lot again. I could probably just run out of here if I really wanted to, but we're gonna need this experience, I think, in order to be strong enough to be fine, considering we're struggling a bit here. Like, struggling a bit here in general, and we definitely struggled fighting the Red Queen. Though she may be a perfect example of a boss that is, definitely more dangerous for a character of our type. You know, aside from the fact that we could at least life drain her to keep ourselves in that. If we couldn't life drain her, that fight would have been fucking over. Like, that would have been so over before it even began. I probably need, like, acid arrows or something to deal with these skeletons. Acid probably would work well. I was just thinking, like, what spell could I get that would work on them? The shock wouldn't make sense. I don't really have, like, an impact-based spell. Like, hit them with a boulder or something. That really wouldn't be an option. Here comes all of the assholes again. And obviously, any of our necromancy spells would not matter against these guys. They would just be like, yep, we live on that. That's tasty. Got any more? Please, sir, can I have some more? I have have to be getting low on potions at this point, which is upsetting to think about. But I'm just over here playing these damn skeletons like xylophones with my clubs. Just... With the way I'm swinging, maybe it's more like bongo drums. About the treasure that's in this room. Apparently none of these are like a secret button or anything, so there must be like a lever somewhere. One, I presume, that'll open the door going forward, and one that'll open that room. And if that room wasn't filled with weapon racks and a treasure box, the fuck are you? Nope. Come on out. I would say I won't hurt you, but I'm absolutely going to hurt you because I don't know what you are, and you are definitely threatening. Well, whatever he was, he's melted now. Pull a chain. Aha! Gimme, gimme, gimme the goodies. Ooh, a flawless staff. And fine scale boots. And a halberd. And my inventory is full. Flawless staff, 4 to 24. You know what? You know what? Wacky stick time. Let's go clean up our inventory, make our wacky stick a bit better, and then try to finish getting through here.
I cannot do that here.
Welcome back.
It is very fortunate that I can just leave their dungeon as I please.
Check back from time to time.
I'm gonna hang on to those fine scale boots. Since I did say we were gonna upgrade to be able to wear scale. And we're already wearing fine things.
My prices are always more than fair, friend. What are you looking for?
So let's see what we can do with this. Flawless Dervish's staff. Extra combat reflexes and extra minimum damage. 12 to 28. That arguably replaces the knives.
You'll find no other merchant with quality and prices to match mine.
Because the thing is, the knives together, I think, do similar damage to this. So I don't know. So the thing is, well, no, because this is raising the minimum damage, so we do need the coral. Before I do that, though, let's buy a second runestone, because I want to see if we can use more than one. Make it +2. Yes, you can! But it goes back down to +1. What?
I receive new shipments frequently.
I guess the more you're adding to it, you need more runestones to push it to higher than +1 then? So there'd be no point in me putting the 2 runestones into this. I would have to probably put 3, I guess. Oh, we'll just hang on to that runestone for now then. And we have a +1 Flawless Dervish's staff. Which should do a pretty good job of disposing of the bonehead problem we're having. And we'll hang on to the knives for the moment. In case I decide I want to either A, take them apart and rebuild them, take them apart in general, or actually use them against things that would be more weak to cutting. We still need to find the lever that opens that, which I presume is at the end of this hallway. This staff is also pretty funny, so I'm fine with this. Because we've almost got like a bat symbol at the end of this long staff. Like, this feels unwieldy to be using. That is doing some work, though. which no surprise considering the work we put into making it the way it is. And we're up to the catacombs. We're no longer in the dungeons. We're almost back up to the basement we got thrown out of. Hooray!
You have gazed upon the crypts of House Feldane living, and for that, you must perish.
Really? You've got an issue with it, huh?
The manor of Feldane it was, before a great conflagration destroyed it. Firewind is the Mance Aragazia built upon its ruins. Curse her soul.
Now hang on then. If you curse her, and I want her dead, why don't you let me go through so I can go kill her, and then you'll be happy?
Because her audacity would reveal the shame of the Feldane. That these hideous ghouls are all that remain of the once glorious family.
Oh, but you want me dead so I can't talk about it either. Okay.
Decades passed. My family fell into a corrupting spiral of hedonistic decadence and sadism. Over the years, their acts became so depraved that they devolved into incestuous, drug-crazed cannibals.
Yikes.
Those who died rose again as flesh-eating ghouls. As a ghost, I could only silently witness the atrocity of it all. Fortuitously, a freak accident destroyed the manor and hid any evidence of the Feldane's terrible secret. Until now, may the hells take that vile woman. But you can help me. You must destroy the manor again, and with it, the shame of House Feldane.
Well, good news. I was already planning on ripping this place down after what I've been through in here. Though, you were just talking about killing me a second ago, so... think about that.
We will meet again once you have succeeded living, at which time you will know the gratitude of House Feldane. Farewell.
Not really sure I'm that invested in the gratitude of a house of crazed cannibals, but, you know... maybe they'll be useful to have on side even though they're all dead. I mean, I can raise the dead. I could summon them. I don't really know if I want to, but, you know, it may be handy to have in your back pocket. And yeah, the speed I'm attacking with this staff, I think might actually be faster than the knives. Though, I gotta say, I feel like the attack animations, especially for the staff here I'm now noticing, have been downgraded. Because there was like a full combo I seem to recall with the staff in the first game. But maybe I'm just tripping. Either way, we're spending some of our points getting scale mail, so that we have better protection there. What am I gonna spend the rest of this on? I could go into long weapon focus if I'm gonna keep the staff instead of the knives. But I would then be committed to stabs, spears, and halberds. I wouldn't want to switch to something else, because it would then be a... unless it's like a significant upgrade of like more than a couple points difference. I could also invest in Melf's Acid Arrow, but now that I've solved the skeleton problem by having a staff, that's not really as relevant at the moment. But there may be other things that are going to be immune to fire to worry about in the future as well. Not knowing the future causes a lot of problems for planning things. Not worth trying to raise our Dark Possession at all. I probably should raise Clarity, but at the same time we'll end up with an awkward single point left. Which is why I'm not really going for that idea. Could increase our endurance to carry more, but that's not really been a big issue because our armor is not that heavy. Now that we're going to be getting scale mail, that might start becoming relevant. I could also get our magic... yeah, actually, we can hit Clarity and magic regen. That'll be perfect. Because that should reduce our costs in terms of magic potions. Of course, the staff has the weakness of they can just block my swings with it. But everything and anything can block melee attacks, it seems. So you would think if it's enough to break their bones, enough to take out the skeletons, is presumably that's the only way we're actually disposing of these animated undead. One would think that their arm bone would not hold up much better. It would eventually break just like the rest of them would. Especially with these armored ones. With their lack of armor on their limbs. So based on the fact that they're able to block fire arrows, I would have to assume that Melf's acid arrow would also be blocked. And these crawly boys then must be ghouls. Which means I probably don't want them to touch me. Because I seem to recall ghouls in D&D can paralyze. He's with a touch, which is not great. Which is also why the spell is referred to as Ghoul's Touch. Logically. And as you might imagine, when they do paralyze you, they, you know, kind of convenient to eat you once you're paralyzed. Can't really do much about that. You know, add that with the strength that they have, which is unburdened by any kind of reason or anything usually. And they're pretty dangerous. Pretty dangerous. Definitely would rather deal with regular zombies than ghouls any day. Not that zombies are great to deal with either. So, at the rate I'm going with these skeletons, I'd definitely rather the zombies than the skeletons, that's for sure. You know, if I had to make a tier list of things I didn't want to deal with, it's becoming pretty clear at the moment. Really don't like being caught between these ghouls. Thankfully, just as ghouls would be, being mostly mindless undead, they're not very smart. I forget if ghouls are like on the edge of the threshold where the undead start having some semblance of intelligence or not. I'm pretty sure they aren't. I'm pretty sure it's the next step up from them where they start having a little bit. I don't remember. I don't remember the order of what undead has intelligence and what undead doesn't. But I do know there's a certain point where they do start having it. Shock and surprise. Oh, see, there's the paralysis. Oh, and I'm getting chain paralyzed. No, 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 no. Thankfully, unlike paralysis and other things, it's actually only a stun, not a you're stuck until the paralysis can be removed. But as you saw there, it's devastating enough. If I couldn't drink potions while I was stunned, we would have died there. There's no two ways about it. That would have been a death. Which is why I want to get out of here while I can. Because if I come into this tomorrow and have to deal with a mess like this, I'm going to forget what I'm getting into just enough that I would walk into something that would kill me, guaranteed. That one's a different color. I don't know why it's different, but I'm gonna burn it just the same. Oh, that had poison. Oh, I forget what the difference there is. I think they're literally still ghouls, but they've got like an extra name or something. Like festering ghouls or something like that. Either way, even less of a good thing to have around is they make goddamn stink clouds when they die. Just really not good neighbors to have. Well, correction. They're not bad neighbors to have in your basement, apparently, considering they protect the basement with their lives. Just gotta make sure they never come up from the basement, especially not in the middle of a dinner party. So it'll be a very different dinner party at that point. There's gonna be a skeleton under every single one of these boxes, isn't there? I'm gonna stop breaking these boxes. Like, that's definitely a fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. We're not gonna go for 3. I am grateful I have fire magic. Because I can keep these fucking weirdos at bay. At least they don't, like, have troll regeneration or anything, I don't think. Pretty sure they don't have any regeneration in particular to worry about. Zombies might, though. I feel like they regenerate for some reason. Like, not in the same way as trolls, but they, like, get health back for because fuck you reasons. Oh wow, he makes a stink cloud even when he attacks. Hate that. He's just a fucking smelly guy. I was gonna say, please let there be more than just a handful of gold in that box with what I went through getting over here. That one was just a handful of gold. They did say that they had fallen to hedonism, decadence, and all that, so I guess they just blew all their damn money. Which is, well, then again, they probably blew all the money, and then whatever was left probably got stolen by the fire winds. And then there was nothing for me to steal. At least not till I get higher up in the manor. Nope. Nope, 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 nope. No touchy. God damn it. What part of no touchy didn't you understand? You know, considering we need to destroy this place, if you think about it, all we'd have to do is set enough fires down here and then recall out and the place would burn to the ground. Because most of this is stone, but I'm sure we could find enough wood to get a real merry fire going. And I'm certainly spiteful enough to sit there and make sure that happens. Not like we'd be in any danger, considering we can just recall away. If we were the rogue with all those smoke powder charges, we could definitely blow this place all the way back to the other end of the world. Don't get me wrong, I'm sure that stuff's not the most powerful of explosives, but enough of it in one place and this place would be gone. Start the Eberron space program, except we're not in Eberron. That's where they'd land, though. Oh boy. Bad times. Bad times. More scale boots. Oh yeah, I can put the scale boots I found on. Or yeah. Wait. Why are the fine scale boots the same defense as the regular scale boots? The fuck is this? Oh, and we have remarkable scale boots. Why am I not wearing those? The remarkable thing is that I didn't fucking notice them. Maybe they're stealth boots. Speaking of stealth, look at this cheeky fucker hiding around the corner there. I see you. Joke's on you, I have omniscient sky vision. Otherwise, he would have gotten me good. I wouldn't have known he was there. I knew he was around because we encountered him once already, but I wouldn't have known he was specifically there. Ooh, poison. Ooh. Ooh. So depending on how many more areas there are to this place, we may end up wrapping up while we're still here. So I think we've been in here, if we're counting like the whole Marauder section as the start of this chain of dungeons. We've been in here for over an hour. Like, this whole chain of dungeons is taking quite a while. I do think that each section of this game is longer than the last one. Because I think each individual floor is more sprawling. And in case anybody's like, wow, he's hating this, it's like, no. I'm not saying that as a negative. Not inherently, at least. Some of these levels are a little outstaying their welcome a bit in places. Just because not much is happening. Like, it's a lot of the same thing. But if all you wanted was more Dark Alliance and just more everything, then this seems to be achieving that. Because you have more character options, you have more gear options, you have more level, you have more stuff to level into. But I'm wondering if conversely there's gonna be like less actual dungeons to go to. And that's why it ends up being a similar length to the last game. Like, each dungeon is way longer, but there's less dungeons. So then again, we've already gone through a few dungeons, if you think about it. Is if we don't count the field before the first cave section we went through, where we rescued the Caravaneers, then that cave, of course, was the first dungeon. Then you have the hideout of the Hands of Glory. That's Dungeon 2. Then the Manor of Bloodmire. That is Dungeon 3. You can interchange those two. Doesn't particularly matter. And then we came here, more or less. Like, Dungeon 4, if you count the Marauder place in this one as one dungeon, has been very long. If they're separate dungeons, then technically it's Dungeon 4 and Dungeon 5. Whereas the first game we had the sewers, which, if we're merging this dungeon and the Marauder place, then logically we should combine the sewers and the Thieves Guild into one, because they were all the same area. So you go through all of that, defeat the Beholder, then you get the mines and the mountains, which it's Well, no, because now based on the logic I'm using, that means you should combine the mines in the mountains as well. This hole starts falling apart. Because at that point, there would only be, like, 5 actual dungeons in the last game. Each act having only, like, 2 or 3 dungeons at most. With the last act only having 1. So, You hear voices from just inside the chamber ahead. You hear 2 people talking. You can slip into the nearby alcove and eavesdrop, or you can barge in and interrupt them. Let's hear out what's happening here.
That is grave news, Lady Arabazia.
He is alive.
But no matter. The 4 foundations are nigh within the grasp of my patrons. When the tower is theirs, the reward for your aid will make what your brigands brought you seem a paltry sum.
I should hope so, Khan. These schemes have grown even more tiresome than looting forgotten tombs and stealing other dragon hordes had become.
Fear not. The Zentarum leave no debt unpaid. That is why I work for them after all. Now about this meddler, or meddlers? How many of these adventurers have you caught?
Do not concern yourself. They are mine to deal with. Nothing will escape those dungeons. Especially not after I bring this manor burning down atop them.
Well, that makes it easy.
You intend to destroy your home?
Home? Ah, I grow weary of this tiny structure. No. With the red fangs scattered and the hands of glory's work done, I will retire to my lair. Your masters will know how to find me should they require my services again. Farewell, Khan.
Farewell, my lady.
I've realized something about her.
Come here. What? Did you think I could not sense your foul presence?
Well, so much for thinking we couldn't get out of there then if you knew we were here the whole time. Before I walk in there though, consider 2 things she said. And her attire. Other dragons, hordes. She's a dragon. Dragon in human form. Highly likely. Remember all the dragon statues from the beginning of the game. Red dragon statues. She wears red. Think about that. Just think about that for a minute. And the fact that she's gonna burn this whole place down and retire to her lair. Yeah.
Does your chest swell with pride, adventurer? Imagining that you've accomplished something of import? Oh, but you're too late. I am finished with this place. Even my treasure has been moved. Nothing awaits you here but death. You are but an insect, mindlessly scuttling across the last page of a book before it is crushed by the closing of the cover. Foolish little creature. Before I turn this hovel into your funeral pyre, I shall bless you with a glimpse of greatness. Gaze trembling upon my true form, worm, and cower before the might of Isagora, the Red Death.
What a creative cover name you had there, by the way, changing only a couple letters. That's all you got, huh?
Burn!
Oh, are we not gonna fight you? Are you just gonna set this place on fire and I need to run away now? Yep. Escape. You flee the burning Grand Ballroom as Isagora crashes through the roof. You must escape Firewind Manor before the Inferno consumes you. Well, that makes doing the destroying of the manor for the ghosts a lot easier when she burns the place down for me. Where is my sprint spell? That's not it. That's it. Of course, if the camera keeps making it so I can't see where I'm running, that's gonna make it a bit harder. I'm getting stun locked. I can't move. Why did they turn half these dungeons into escape sequences, by the way? Why did they feel the need to do that? You ever get the feeling you're going the wrong way? Ah. It must open one of the locked doors in the manor. Hey. Apparently not that locked door. Well, enjoy burning to death of civilians. Goodbye. Nothing I can do for you. Even though I literally picked up a key next to that door. Why am I getting chain hit sometimes, by the way? Because I'm getting hit in spots where there's no fire.
The manor a crucible yet again, searing away the energy of the remaining Felday. I thank you, living. Here is your reward. Farewell.
Oh, wow. A +1 Grand Ring of Fire, a +1 Remarkable Sacred Amulet, 1,000 gold. You know what? You're alright, Ghosty. You're alright, Ghost. The Grand Ring of Fire is just +1 strength, though. I kind of expected this to be like some fire resistance or something. Less exciting than I thought. And +1 Bless, I think is useless to me, but you know what? It's still a magic amulet that I can tear apart to make useful. We do have remarkable studded leather gloves to replace the fine studded leather with. Either way, we're getting out of here. The servants are all gonna burn to death, but, you know, that's a real shame for them. Shouldn't have been working for a dragon. Comes with consequences. We're not dead, yay!
Ho ho! You're quite the adventurer, friend. With the red fangs gone, I can start running wagons to Waterdeep again. Too bad that dragon got away, though, huh?
So I guess now you'll have new stock?
With those red fangs, friend. You may be a mere hero to Baldur's Gate, but you're a true celestial to the traders that had to run those roads.
Yeah, it doesn't look like his offerings have changed much. But we can buy and wear the scale mail now. And that fine scale mail there is calling my name once I make some money.
Seeking arms and armor? I have everything you need right here.
I may as well get rid of the fine rings because I have remarkable rings. We've also got the grand ring. But the fact that it only gives +1 strength upsets me greatly.
You'll find no other merchant with quality and
I may try to do more with that.
brave adventurers for over a decade.
But we are absolutely buying that fine scale mail because the odds of us getting fine scale mail like that anytime quick seem to not be great based on our luck so far. Hey, we're wearing a shirt now. It only took going up to scale mail armor for him to cover his chest.
Welcome back, friend. I receive new shipments frequently, so if you don't see something here now, check back from time to time.
Go ahead and tear those daggers down. Sell those daggers off. Because it's proven that the staff will do the job.
My shop carries the finest armor and
Oh yeah,
the work of
we're in the upgrade menu. I panicked for a second there.
from Waterdeep and on.
In fact, I think I'm gonna break this down and get the gem out of it. Yeah, because that gave me a diamond. What does a diamond do? What if I put it in this? Oh, that's where we get disruption. Okay, that makes sense. How about an armor? What does a diamond do in armor? Just a little bit of resistance. Not worth it. And that's different than it was giving before. Or, no, it was a ring that I put it in before. Still, slow and stun durations reduced, not exciting enough.
With quality and prices to match mine. I've been supplying brave adventurers for over a decade.
What does the moonstone do in here? Okay, same thing as it does in a ring. And if I put 2 in, it doesn't do anything. So that is a point. Oh, and I can just turn this into a amulet of protection by just giving it pluses. So that's worth considering as well. I wonder if I'd get much by breaking this down and remaking it as a remarkable ring. I presume not. I presume on that end of things it doesn't matter.
If you need weapons or armor to protect you from someone else's, you've come to the right place.
Debating getting more rune stones. Let me do an experiment. I'm not gonna actually make the thing, I just want to look. So if I put 3 in here, even with 3 it goes down to just +1. But it becomes fine scale mill of retribution, which is not worth it to me at the end of the day. And apparently adding the other moonstone doesn't have any effect other than making it cost more.
I receive new shipments free. So if you don't see something here now, check back from time to time.
So I guess it would need to be double the amount of gems that are in it, so it would need to be 4 rune stones to go to +2? Under those circumstances? Don't know. Things to think about. I just wanted to know how that worked mechanically, because I genuinely didn't know. Overwrite the save. And I will make a backup save state just in case. Even though we learned from the last game that we don't want to actually use that one to load it, because it will make it mad. But it'll be handy to have it as a backup plan, in case the save somehow didn't stay. Because at that point I would then just keep save stating my way to the end of the game.
May the shadows take whatever player has left me here to rot.
Oh, they have idle reactions now. Neat. He's complaining about being left there to stand around. Shame for him that he's going to continue standing there until we're done. I am finding us someone to raid. So, schedule coming up. We're obviously going to continue this tomorrow. Thursday, like I had mentioned yesterday, will more than likely be a couple Lurkit games. I was kind of hoping I was going to get lucky and get a key for something that came out today to be part of that Thursday thing, but it looks like I'm not going to get lucky on that unless I happen to get the key tomorrow. Which, you know, there's never a guarantee with any of the Lurkit stuff. I am certainly not a big enough deal to expect to get any of those things. It's just nice when it happens. And then Friday we should be back to Abiotic with Mel, so that'll be fun to be making our way through new content with that game, because I think we're about there. So I think we were about to enter the reactors. Actually, no, we have a little bit of the water area to finish, then we go to reactors. Because we didn't quite finish the water place. We were setting up to put all the machines in place to finish that. I remember now. And then this Saturday is the collab I had mentioned last week, because I fucked up, and it was actually this week, not last week. Because I looked at the Saturday and went, oh yeah, it's this Saturday. No. No, it is not. So, you know, that happened. Trying to think if there's anything else to cover before I finish making my decisions here. The answer is no, but it is taking me some doing to make the decision. I have too many options.
Player has left me here to rot.
Quiet, you. You'll be left to rot longer if you don't shut up. Which, if there was more experimentation or more grinding to worry about with the upgrade system, by the way, I would absolutely be doing that in between sessions. But considering we have very few options, and we've now seen the effects of all of the options we have, there's not really going to be any worry in that regard. So, all of the upgrading will happen in session as far as this game goes. Unless we suddenly have a giant pool of gems appear before us, which we haven't even gone to another town yet. So I'm worried about that as well, because we went to 3 separate towns in the last game. Well, technically only 1 actual town, but 3 separate merchants. And this merchant hasn't changed his inventory. So I'm assuming we'll probably be heading on to the next area next session? But I don't know about how long it'll take us to get through that area and presumably into what would be the final area if it's structured the same way the last game was. Which there's no guarantee of that either. There's a lot of question marks at the moment. Let me pull up the How Long to Beat again for this. Just to make sure I haven't been talking out of my ass this whole time. Yeah, no, it's only a half hour longer in terms of main story and main and extras. Though apparently the completionist time is absurdly higher, which I didn't notice. It's 55 and a half. And I don't know why that's the case. Is the completionist time for Dark Alliance 1 is only 19 hours compared to 11 and a half and 15 and a half. The other 2 options. So for there to be a huge gulf there, I'm a little worried that the completionist rating might be like doing every dungeon or something. This is clearly not counting every character, because otherwise it would count it on the previous game for every character. Logically. But again, How Long to Beat can be funny at times. About times. So, mixed results there. But if it takes us more sessions to get through it, it's not really gonna be the end of the world.
May the shadows take whatever player has left me here to rot.
It's just going to be a matter of... it will then take longer. That's just it, all there is to it. And if that ends up being the case, I might have it take over Thursday. We'll see. It really depends on how I feel by that point, because I do only have one thing on that Lurk It list that would absolutely have to be done soon, and that still has like 10 days on it. So that, in theory, would keep till next week. Well, we'll see how it ends up going, though. That's all a little fiddly. I've got a couple choices to pick from now. Let me just make a decision here. You're gonna lose sound while I take a look at where each one of them's at. Oh, it's that game. Okay. Okay. How about over here? Where are you at and what are you doing? You are currently very sidetracked, so maybe not. Okay, that takes away both of those options. Now I'm back to the starting point a little bit, but that's fine. I wouldn't say an endless amount of options, but I have a lot of options. Though admittedly a good like half of the people that are on right now are within that weird punching above my weight class category in terms of how many people they have in right now. This was fun last time I was over here, but we've been over here a bunch. I always struggle with these choices. No. That would have been fitting for what we're going to be doing later, but no. They're in the middle of a whole thing. I swear I need to start looking at people's schedules ahead of time and like start making a list before I even goddamn start to make these go faster. But knowing me, I'll change my mind by the time it gets to that, and we'd end up in the same position over again anyway. Refresh the list and see where we're at then. And if I don't make a decision soon, I'm just going to pick one of the ones I'd already looked at, regardless of the fact that things aren't perfect there. You only just started, you just not show up in my list earlier. No, you've been on for a little bit now. They are in the middle of a whole thing as well. But you know what? Even though it may throw them off, we're going there anyway. We'll go see Goddess Morax, who is another one of the members of the Dragon Council, so... At least I do believe I have the right person here. Let me make sure. Let me double check what I'm saying there before I give you incorrect information. Yep, that is the right one. Okay. Making sure. Always double check my statements. So, thank you all for taking the time to be here. I know, as usual, I fiff and faff about with the raid decision a lot. Let's see. Is there anything else I wanted to cover before I sent y'all off? No, I think we're good. So I will get that timer going. I have had nothing but positive experiences with them so far, but of course, I have not had extensive experience with them yet, so that will vary a little bit potentially, but I have faith in my fellow dragons. So, be good to them, and I will see you all tomorrow. Good night, everybody.